Hi guys, I'm Zach Miller, and today I'm going to be joined by Sasha Miller as well. And inside of this course, we're going to be teaching you how to properly optimize and rank inside the search engines for both your images and your videos. Now, this is especially great for people who do YouTube, but it's really made for anyone who has a website, does anything with images, which is everybody, anyone who does anything with video, which is what most salespeople need. And really what this is going to do is combine together to kind of create a 1-2 punch for you ranking inside of Google for not really organic, although you do rank in organic for videos, but really inside of Google's other search engines. Google has an image search engine, a video search engine, a news search engine, and any of those tabs that you tap on, of course, those are each unique search engines that have different rankings and different algorithms inside of them. So we're going to be helping you do that. The best way to really visualize that is I like to draw a Venn diagram, and Venn diagram is just this right here. And what that basically means is that it's two sides of the same coin. We're going to be covering a few of the similar things inside of the middle, but again, they kind of fit together. And what Sasha's going to be starting out with, or I'm sorry, what I'll be starting out with is actually image SEO. So I'm going to be doing image, and Sasha, on the other hand, will end up helping you with video. And through image, I'm going to be talking about alt tags, titles, the SEO behind it, Google, and a lot more things inside about how to optimize your images, make it better, copyright issues, things like that. So that way you know how to make your own original content, your own original images that won't have you getting any DMCA takedown requests. And what they'll end up ultimately doing is garnering a lot more traffic than you would ever have first thought or probably ever have known about until you finally did it, because Google has a lot of traffic that comes from its Google images. However, the unfortunate thing is that they don't show you what the search volume is because they don't have a search or keyword planner for that specifically. They usually use it for organic, but again, there is a lot of traffic just waiting there. And the good thing really for you is that other people don't know about this. So it's kind of an untapped gold mine that you can really cash in on very well. Inside of video, Sasha's going to be teaching you not only about YouTube, but also kind of hosting and why YouTube's so good. She's going to teach you about titles and descriptions and how to include your keywords inside of that and do a little keyword research even inside of YouTube with what's known as their autocomplete. And then once you get past that, you're going to be taking my image SEO and adding that image, of course, to your YouTube for a custom thumbnail. And even further than that, the best thing is she's going to show you about structuring your videos. So that way you know how to keep people's attention from the beginning all the way till the end, and really the right points to say, hey, subscribe here, like, comment below, and getting that feedback right away. Having people subscribe is kind of like email in the sense of now you get to remarket to these people for free. You don't have to keep creating tons of content just to get these people coming back to you and watching your videos. Once they're subscribed, they get email notifications and notifications inside of their account that you've posted something new. So it's very important to be able to structure your videos properly so that way you're getting the most bang for your buck, or as I say, leveraging yourself in the best way possible. So if that sounds like something that's going to be helping you, then this is absolutely the course that you need to take. Hey, before we get started and jump in, I just wanted to let you know that in a short while, Udemy is going to be asking you for a review. It's a little too quick for my taste, actually way too quick, because there's so much to the course that is offered, and there's so much more information that we're going to go over that when they ask the review, it's really the most absolute inopportune time. So when it comes to that point, if you have enjoyed the course and of course you think that everything's enjoyable, you've gotten your money's worth at that point, then leave a review, fine. But I ask most of you really to hold off till the end, get the big picture. There's going to be a lot of, eureka, bright idea, light bulbs going over your head, some, moments that are going to click, and it's all going to fit together like a puzzle piece. And again, once you really know most of what we're going over, the best stuff is really covered at the end. So that's the second time that they're going to be asking you. Once you've completed 100% of the course, that's really the best time to leave your review. If there's anything that you see where I can probably improve this course, make it better, let me know, message me, reach out, so that way I can improve the course and raise your review. That's what this is all about. I want to make the absolute best course, not only for you, but for every future student as well that's going to be taking this course along with you. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump on in, shall we? Hi, my name is Zach Miller, and inside of this course, we're going to be breaking down video SEO. That is going to help you rank not only inside of YouTube, but also Google's video search engine as well. They have a separate tab inside of their google.com search engine hub. And what this is going to ultimately do is allow you to reach that extra amount of people. You've already made so much time and effort to make a video, probably some decent, if not high quality. Why not make sure that your SEO, search engine optimization, is absolutely up to par, so that way you're ready to rank for sometimes even very difficult keywords because you have the content there and you have valuable content behind it. So if you want to learn how to do just that, then this is going to be the course for you. All right, so in terms of ranking, there's really two types of rankings. And quite simply, both of them are owned by Google, but you actually have organic from Google, and then that can also be included as the video tab as well. And then you have YouTube. So while all of these kind of cross over between each other, they're both owned by Google. YouTube will show videos inside of organic, but the only thing is that organic videos that are self-hosted will not show up inside of YouTube, obviously, because they're not there. So that's one big thing to keep in mind. But other than that, the basic ideas behind this are organic videos are going to have what's known as search terms, and then they're also going to have video terms. So if I was looking, it would be something like how to fix hinge on laptop. Now what this is a video keyword. The reason why this is a video keyword is because it's something that people are usually going to show occurring. If someone is teaching you how to clean a phone, how to take off a back, how to install something, how to utilize a software, those are usually going to be visual learning cues. So those are considered video keywords. And basically put, video keywords are going to be the main ideas that you're going to rank for inside organic in terms for a YouTube video or even a self-hosted video. The reason being is you're not going to have a keyword like Thanksgiving or Christmas or some sort of holiday be a video keyword. That's going to end up being a search term. The reason for that is that Thanksgiving is an idea. You don't need to show Thanksgiving. If you said how to cook a Thanksgiving turkey, you may have a video that pops up, or how to broast one, or how to put it in a deep fryer or cooker, or use it inside of an oil batch. All those different types of things are more of how-tos, visuals, showing, learning, that sort of thing. And if you are not going after a video keyword for your videos, it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to rank. So the best thing to do is usually to go into Google and just simply type in these things. One I'll say is, we'll just look up how to clean an iPhone. So something like that, it could be whatever the latest version is. We could say how to clean an iPhone 7. And right there you're going to see a video pop up. So how to clean an iPhone 7 speaker in 2 minutes, simple and easy. And as you can see right there, that's pretty good. Now, if I just typed in iPhone 7, then we're probably not going to have really a video pop up in terms. Now, you'll see right here, this is a video. They have a little player button inside of this, but this is a link. This isn't like an actual video that links into a YouTube. So it's going to be hard to rank a YouTube video or even a self-hosted video inside of this. Of course, if we go to the videos tab, it's just going to pull up everything that it has to do with iPhone 7. Of course, YouTube is probably going to get more searches than the video tab inside of Google itself. So again, you want to focus on keywords that already have a video ranking inside the page 1 of Google Organic. Reason being, it's going to obviously give you credence that this is a video keyword instead of a search keyword. Now, the other thing is that when you use this video and you go through Google's video tab, it is better in this sense. I'll just quickly get rid of this. It is better in this sense to self-host. The reason you do this is Google loves not having to eat up their resources. So when you self-host, it instantly gives this credibility to you of, okay, well, we definitely want to utilize your video inside of our search engine for videos, because that's a self-hosting. It's not part of YouTube. So it's almost the best thing to do if you wanted to take advantage of that is to upload here and then upload into your host. And obviously we're going to end up talking about how to do this and this as well. So that way you're able to rank in both YouTube and Google Organic and their video tab. So when you get to really differentiating these types of SEOs and what goes where, you'll start to understand a little bit more about why you need to do certain things in certain areas. Why some research will take place inside of YouTube, but other research will take place inside of Google, because we're talking about getting organic search volumes. And this is going to be different from the YouTube volumes. Reason being is people who are looking up, say, if we were to take in like financial investments or financial investing, people are probably going to look for an advisor through an organic search. And there's probably going to be a million searches for financial advising every single month. But when you go into YouTube, you're probably going to get like a couple thousand, and that's about it. Because people aren't looking for financial advice for free on YouTube. They realize that most people have to pay for that. It has to be up to the date, up to the moment. Especially if you're talking about tax codes, it's only valid for this year and this year only and this season. So there's different variations. Search volumes vary between these two networks. So you're going to have to not only do two different types of optimization, though they are strikingly similar to each other. You will have to understand that the search volumes are very contrastingly different, and that's why we'll have to do different research and even maybe different optimizations. You may be, optimizing for keyword 1 here, but over here, keyword 1 doesn't get you any good search volume, so you'll have to use keyword 2. And it's the same video, but you're using different keywords. Why? Because you're self-hosting over here, and this is going into Google Organic. And then for YouTube over here, you're doing keyword 2 because this ranks well and it has lots of YouTube search volume, has a decent amount of Google search volume, but mainly it's for YouTube. And that's what you get inside of these two different types of scenarios for how you can utilize these videos to get you more traffic. So there's going to be two different types of optimization, usually two different types of research, two of almost everything. So even you may want to focus on, do I just want to do YouTube and then get some of my search from Google, or do I want to go after Google and Google Organic and then just some YouTube? And I'm mainly focusing on Google Organic and getting videos in there and also in their video search engine tab. Think about that, and you can either do one or both, but I will be covering both inside of all this course. All right, so I want to quickly break down the other two categories, and that is organic video and then video search engine. That's inside of Google. So we're not talking about YouTube at all. What I want to simply differentiate is that when inside of Google, I would say probably it's almost an 80-20 rule, basically, that 80% of your videos are going to be YouTube videos, and then 20% are going to be self-hosted. That's basically the breakdown. I mean, I'm sure it's a few percentage points off, but that's 80-20. However, it reverses on the other end inside of video search engine. And again, this is where they give a lot of credence towards your self-hosting. So again, the biggest probably boost from you is going to come from you uploading your videos to YouTube. You're going to get YouTube traffic, possibility of getting YouTube organic video rankings, but you need to, again, go after keywords that are already video keywords inside the organic area here. Inside the video SEO, you can rank for basically any keyword. If you just want to talk about iPhones in general, you know, iPhone reviews, generations 1 through 7, that could rank you for iPhones. But if you typed in iPhones again into here, that's not going to come back with any video terms. Again, we come back into this. I simply type in iPhone or iPhone 7. We're not going to really get videos. If I type in iPhone, again, same thing. It's probably not going to bring up any videos. But again, if I bring in iPhone 7 repair, that has the ability to bring up a video, but it's probably going to be, you know, clean screen and repair. And you want to search for these types of keywords and make sure that you find videos on the first page. Now, even beyond finding videos on the first page, you want to make sure that you find a video within the first 3 organic spots. And this would be considered the first 3 organic spots. This is all one website, even though it's a forum, so that's why it has multiple subtopics and directories. These, as you can see, are ads, these first 4 right here. So you want to get inside these first 3 organic. And the reason being is 50% of all traffic, and really a little bit more than that, goes to the top 3 positions. All right. So if you have a video that's already ranking in the top 3 positions inside of page 1 of Google, you have a very good chance of being able to get that up there as well. You just need to optimize it right, get the correct video duration and length, and a few other things, and you're going to be set. However, with video, this version, their video tab search engine, it's a little bit less like that. It's still about the same, but in fact, it's around 35% last time I checked go to the top 3. And the reason why is if you go over and we'll view the search engine for videos real quick, you'll see that it's not nearly as stand out-ish when you have a video on the page here. So again, people are more looking for what's more interactive, what's longer, sometimes what's the shortest, you know, how to fix a cracked screen in 1 minute. Okay, cool. It's probably not really going to show you how to do that, but there is a possibility. So here's probably one that's going to get clicked on a lot, done in 6 minutes. So all of these things are a part of the Google side of the search engine and video SEO, but it's not involving YouTube. These two are very different. I just wanted to differentiate this. The inside of organic, 80% are YouTube videos, 20% are self-hosted. On the other end, this is usually what's happening. And especially when it's more generic keywords. When you have a video keyword inside of even the video search engine, this is also going to be, you know, it's going to reverse back to this. So for all video keywords. All right. So I just want to kind of nail that inside your head for all video keywords. And this is best for what I would consider generic. Now, generic doesn't mean it can't be a buying keyword. It can't be you giving a review or something like that. But most of the time when you do this search, anything that's coming up inside of organic and has videos, that's a video keyword. And the same is going to be true over here. 80% of all video keywords are going to be a YouTube video. So if I come over here, and again, this was a video keyword. So here you go. This is also going to be a lot of YouTube videos. Some of these will be self-hosted, but most of them, again, are going to be YouTube, as you see here. Here's a few: Commando, CNET, etc. Now, when you enter in, again, just a generic keyword, you're much more likely. See Apple, Fortune, CNET, USA Today, electronics. This is a generic keyword. This generic keyword now is more open to you being self-hosted because they don't want to deal with, it's in their algorithm. They don't want to deal with all of that extra traffic, knowing it may be bloated because people are just looking for a generic idea and then they're going from there. So that's about it. That's the main idea I wanted to differentiate between these two. So if you have any generic terms, self-host. If you're trying to rank for video terms, make sure it's inside of YouTube, and that's where you upload and host the videos. Okay, so I know you're probably asking yourself, what do I do if I want to self-host? Well, self-hosting is a bit complicated in the sense of if you just directly upload it to your file server, you know, you have HostGator and they have their little units working overtime for you. If you upload your video to this server, it's going to end up bloating it because every time, say that you have a 1 gigabyte video, which is nowadays, you know, with 1080 and 2440p's, you're really going to fill that up pretty quick, sometimes in the course of a couple minutes. So if you have 1 gigabyte self-hosted up to into your website, and now 1,000 people access this video, then you just ate up 1,000 gigabytes. So obviously, most of the time, that's going to go over your hosting plan. So it's not able to be done, especially if you use something like I said. You know, you call this HostGator. It could be 1&1. It could be GoDaddy. It could be DreamHost. A million other places. They're not going to like this, and you're going to end up getting what's known as reduction, where they'll give you 100% of your CPU load, and then once you pass over this threshold, they'll start only delivering like 20%. And now your website takes 5 times more to load. That's basically the worst of it. I mean, people aren't willing to wait. And in a day and age where 80% of people will leave your website if it takes more than 10 seconds to load, that's huge. So you really gotta, if you had a 2-second website that was loading in 2 seconds, which is pretty good, that's really fast, probably faster than half of all the websites online right now, that 5x, that reduction now, because you're self-hosting a video, boom, all of a sudden 80% of your people are going to be bouncing. So that's no good. So what you want to end up using, the biggest one I recommend is Wistia. And this is paid, obviously, because you gotta do this service. You have to pay for it. You can't get away with an $8 a month host and have them deliver 20, 30 videos to 1,000, 2,000 visitors that are each a gigabyte or more in size. So Wistia is going to help you be able to upload a numerous amount of content, and this is what the website looks like. Again, wistia.com. You can just simply look at the different prices that they have available. All it is it's almost like a YouTube. The way that you optimize it, they'll create video sitemaps for you and all types of other stuff, so it syncs into your website. All you have to do is upload it. Most of the time, what people will end up doing is just starting off with a few, usually like a sales video. You can get that for free. But if you're actually going to go after this and really start getting, how would I say that traffic from the video SEO and that self-hosting, then you're going to have to go with the pro plan. It's $100 a month. It is quite a bit for most people, I understand. But if you're a video person, a video marketer, that's really not that much. And for the extra amount of SEO and traffic it can get you for self-hosting your videos, it's a big boost, and it can be lend a lot of credibility for you. So again, that's what I suggest for having a self-hosting plan. Otherwise, you're kind of going to be looking around and hopping around, because someone that's able to provide that much resources to you, knowing that they're hosting videos and they got to host it pretty quick. It's almost got to be at streaming speed. That's a lot for someone to be able to handle. So again, make the right choice, do your research if you're not going to choose Wistia, and be careful and be wary, because that is a lot of traffic, that is a lot of resources, a lot of data, and it can quickly get out of hand when you just have a quick influx of visitors, over a couple weeks of making something that's uber successful or viral or something like that. Okay, so going in line with the self-hosting, I want to talk about 3 types of optimization. So the 3 types are pretty easy. When you have a video, number 1, put it at the top. The top being it's going to be watched more, it's going to be clicked on, people are going to watch that because they want to have audio, visual, and then if they go on, number 2, what you're going to have is a transcript below. So that way people can now read this. And getting something transcribed is pretty easy. All it's going to be is you going to Fiverr.com, and you can get this done for $5 for about 5-10 minutes of audio being transcribed. If you have 2 speakers, sometimes people still do it for $5 for 10 minutes or less. You can kind of talk with people, but all you're going to do is just type in transcription or transcribe or something or other similar to that. Once you type that in, you're just going to go ahead and click search. So I have transcription here. And from here, you're going to be able to look through a number of different things. How much time will they do? You also want to obviously see, most people inside the transcription kind of niche or genre are very good at their job. So I'm not going to say anything about, see that they're, top-notch qualities. You'll see most of these people are rated 4.8 or above, which means they do a great job of what they transcribe. So again, you can get it done in 12, 24 hours. You can get it done pretty quick. You can have people do it in different languages. You can have people do it for 5, 10, 15 minutes, 2 speakers or more. All you got to do is simply click in to each of these gigs and just read around a little bit. If you only want something that's $5, obviously just go down to the price range, type in $5, and up and away, you're done. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't, but most of the times you'll end up seeing, obviously, everyone that only costs $5 here pop in. So that's how you get that transcription done without having to waste time, effort, and energy in transcribing it yourself. Number 3, the other thing we're going to be talking about is video schema, and it's called a schema or schema markup. So you're probably asking yourself, what exactly is a video schema markup? Well, Google does probably the best job of talking about it, but when it gets down to it, it's just basically having different, executable code that says this is JavaScript or this is Flash, but you won't have to execute those codes. So it'll be basically like text telling them, here's the title, here's the description, here's the actual cover for the image I want you to show inside of Google. See, when you have a video, oftentimes people are just going to get the first thing, the first screen that comes up, and that's the default. But you can actually get a picture and make that the default instead. So that's really what you want to do, because the pics usually have better CTRs This is, again, is just your default, so it's not really that great. CTR meaning click-through rates. So you're gonna have better click-through rates when you use your own cover image. So you want to obviously invest into that. Now here's what an example of it would look like for a video. I'm just going to walk through. The item prop is a video. The item type, obviously you're using a schema.org video object. If we went there, it's just saying here's the rules that we're following according to this schema markup that we just used. So here's all the properties that they talk about right here. This is all purely for video objects. So you can see that there's a lot of schema markups that you can actually give, from the publisher, the publication, all just I can say a boatload of information that you can add into your video and tell everyone everything they need to know about it. The biggest ones, of course, are going to be the duration. Then you're going to have the thumbnail. So again, when you do the duration, it's going to be, you know, here it's time is 1 minute 33 seconds, right? Content is found at something thumbnail.jpg. Content URL, where is this found at? Well, if you're self-hosting, obviously it's going to be, you know, wistia.com/something.flv. Then of course you want to embed the URL. So that's going to be at your website dot, you know, whatever that is. Then you can have different upload dates, when a video will expire, its height and width that you want to show, and then a description. Those are the basic markups that you're going to use. That's pretty generic, like I talked about for the different markups. You know, you're going to have your title, your tags, and then your description. And then the final thing that'll take place is a cover image. So those are the basic things that you're getting inside your schema markups. That's what that's all about, is trying to detail those main things. And then on top of that, you're going to get additional things like I talk about that aren't really SEO, which is URL, you know, maybe the publisher, you know, dates. There's just 101 different types of things that you can run into all of this. So all of these different things are included inside schema. That's why you need to really optimize with that in mind. Again, inside of your blog posts, put the video at the top, put a transcription below, add video schema markup to your video, and you're going to be very well set. Okay, so I've already talked about this a little bit before, but I just want to bring this up again, is that you're going to be using Google Keyword Planner in order to find the best keywords for the video and organic of side of Google, not YouTube. But again, these keywords that are going to be video keywords, they come up whenever you type in how to clean, you know, iPhone 7. You have a video up here. This is now a video keyword. If you just put in iPhone 7, it's probably not going to bring that up. No, it doesn't. No videos on the page, so it's not a video keyword. So again, any of these keywords that you end up finding that are not only inside of Google here, Google over here on this side, but you need to back it up, make sure it has search volume as well on this side. And you want to make sure on both of these ends, because these two areas, both here, Google Organic and Google Tabs, the video tab, all these keywords relate to these two search engines. So the YouTube's research that we're going to do is a little bit different than this. So when it comes in, you're going to be able to obviously come over, sign into AdWords. Once you sign into AdWords, you're going to come back to the Keyword Planner tool here, and it's going to say start using Keyword Planner. You want to come in to, there we go, this area right here, part of AdWords. And usually this is found under the Tools section. You can use Tools, Keyword Planner, go there, and then you'll come to this portion, and you can start using the keyword planner. Now, I'm not going to dive into this because I already have before, so I just wanted to basically validate that yes, this is the side or the keyword research tool that you're going to be using for any videos that you want to rank in here or in here. All right. Okay, I want to talk about the fact that when you self-host, you're also going to have to self-promote. That's kind of a given, because when you upload to YouTube, you're going to be able to get some traffic from Google Organic. When they rank those keyword, those video keyword ideas or phrases, and then when you end up self-hosting and getting, rankings inside of Google's video tab for more generic keywords, that's going to end up having to have a lot of that traffic come from your end to begin with. And the best way that I have found to do this is, number one, social media share. All right. And then obviously you point it back to the OG original URL. Number two, this is a big one, email. You're just going to simply make a little email stating, hey, I got this new video right here. I'd love for you to watch it. You're not going to be able to include an actual video oftentimes inside of email. I'm sure email will eventually evolve where it's commonplace, but all you need to do is post an image or that cover URL and then add a little YouTube play button to it, or just any type of play button. Talk a little bit more about it, a little bit more, etc. Send that off to all of your people, and now instantly you're reaching dozens of people who can start getting interested in this video, follow it, and there is a way that you'll actually garner a lot of emails by using what I call a SOAP and the Seinfeld sequence, and this basically ends up getting people involved, and I won't say the drama, but really the emotions of whatever you talk about, whatever your product does. It helps someone in some way, whether it's to, escape from pain or to move towards pleasure and increase the, value of their life. That is going to be something that has emotions tied inside of it. So I'm actually going to be talking about a little sequence inside of here, just a little side note of email marketing, kind of how you can communicate to your audience with that. Now, the third one is obviously going to be naturally your website. Your website's going to have the self-hosted video. That's the best place to have it. And what you're going to end up finding is that when you self-host, you're not getting those YouTube suggestions for other videos. So people are staying on your website more. Google likes that as well. It increases a lot of your retention, and it increases the fact that Google goes, oh, these videos are watched, they're well liked, I need to start ranking them and showing people where to find these videos. So those are the biggest places when you self-host, how you're going to then self-promote. And that's kind of what happens when you do that. Google, when you upload it to YouTube, they'll work on your behalf to market for you. But when you're self-hosting, you have to also self-promote. These are the top 3 ways to do so. Okay, so I'm just going to break down the quick, easy SEO optimization for a YouTube video. Now, there is a lot of details that'll go in that go beyond what we're just going to discuss inside this video, but I just want to break down the basic things. We probably already know about these things. Obviously, you need to have a title that's optimized. Number 2, and this kind of goes without saying, this is kind of the little asterisk. You're going to have to obviously perform keyword research so you know what terms are best to rank for. You don't want to go after keywords that have no search volume, therefore have little traffic to offer. And you also don't want to go after extremely competitive keywords. That means you're going to be working days, months, years to get up to that position, and then the payout is obviously probably not worth that time investment. So keyword research predates all of this SEO optimization, but the main parts you'll be optimizing after we have this research is the title, the description, 3, the tags, this is kind of like the meta, and then 4, in script keywords. Now, the reason for this is in script, you're eventually either going to have this get transcribed, and that can even serve as the description, whatever you talk about, or Google is going to eventually introduce the technology where they'll just close caption everything automatically because they can pick up on the nuances of people's speech. And the more videos you upload, the better they'll get finely tuned to you and how you speak and any impediments that you may have. It doesn't really matter. That's going to be a cool thing that's introduced, but in the meantime, that means ahead of schedule, and also to your benefit if you get these things transcribed, create keywords inside of your normal phrases. Create things that are naturally talked about. If you're talking about iPhone 7, then you need to keep saying, you know, this is how to repair the iPhone 7S. This is how to repair the iPhone 7. You know, if you've ever wanted to learn iPhone 7 repairs, this is it. You know, those simple phrases are all keyword phrases that are then going to lead towards a better optimization when these closed captions occur. Once the closed captions occur, the search engines are basically seeing on a 1 and 0 outread of what are you talking about? How good is this content? How much content do you have? You know, is it just a bunch of fluff, or are you actually speaking and presenting and teaching? So in-script keywords are part of the SEO optimization that's often overlooked, and really it becomes one of the most important, like I said, when you transcribe what you're talking about inside of a video and use that as your description and even other things as well. So outside of that, this isn't so much an optimization of SEO, but the image cover really increases the CTR, which is the click-through rate, and really most importantly, if you upload your image as, you know, something like keyword.jpg, that's an image optimization that you can actually use that Google intakes and will then upload to their system. So again, this is image SEO, not only having a good cover image, but also naming it one of your keywords that you're going after. When you do this all in line with everything, it becomes a much more popular video. It's a much easier to raise in the rankings, get up higher with less views, less content, or less durations. Now, there are other additional things that take place outside of this that we'll need to kind of factor in, and I'm going to be talking about each of those different areas. But when it comes to SEO optimization for a YouTube video, these are the 5 areas you really need to focus on first. Okay, so here we are inside of YouTube, and as you can see, this is my feed. I'm kind of into video games, you know, comics, animated shows, basketball, science. That's all kind of what appears in my feed. Now, you can do these things in an incognito or signed in. It really doesn't matter. Google doesn't use targeting like that for this type of research in terms of tags. So we're just gonna click on a video, you know, something like a basketball. Here we have sports science, Stephen Curry, I guess that's how it's pronunciated. So what we want to find out is, okay, there's not much optimization here. He's ranking very well. Obviously, he has a decent subscriber base. But what is it that's really pushing him to the top? What is it that the keywords that he's ranking for? So what we want to do is type in Control+U. That's going to bring up the source code. You can right click, view page source. That's the same thing right there. In Apple, I believe it would be something like Apple U. And once we're here, we're going to click Control F, which is find. We're going to type in keyword. I like to type in keywords, and you can even put in a bracket, make sure you get it. And now here we go. So here's all the keywords that we have highlighted here. I'm going to highlight every one of them. And that's what he's using to rank and pull in all of this traffic. So when we create our video that's competing against this one, we want to use similar keywords and tags and maybe even a little bit more, as much as is allowed. So we have sports science, Stephen Curry, sports science, Stephen Curry, sport science, Stephen, NBA, Miami, Steven, Miami, basketball team, NBA TV, TV network, baseball, basketball, and then the invention. So again, those are probably decent terms. We could probably get some better ones. You know, knock out basketball when it says invention. You could probably just use basketball. We could get rid of baseball. You know, we could get rid of maybe Miami Heat, unless that has to do with a specific game in that. But all of these things, you know, are obviously right. These are brandings. But you take these keywords, these tags, and you use them yourself, and you're obviously going to get similar optimization, similar SEO. So you want to copy what is successful, what's already working. Now, this is sports science Stephen Curry. So you may want to add sports science on Stephen Curry, and then, you know, maybe, and I'll do it here. On Stephen Curry, you can use like what's known as a pipeline bar, and then we'll say shooting form, something like that. And that's going to obviously get even more clicked on than this, just sports science Stephen Curry. Some people are going to go, oh, well, I want to learn specifically about shooting form and things like that. So the more ways that you can optimize these things, the better it is. And this is how you find the tags. You can also find YouTube tags. And there are plugins for both Chrome and Firefox. You know, find YouTube tags, Chrome, extension, and then here we go. You can download tags for YouTube, VidIQ Vision for YouTube. All of these are great plugins that actually help you see into what's going on in Google. VidIQ is great for finding out how is their optimization, etc. We'll kind of go into this a little bit, but I wanted to show you kind of without all of the tools turned on. But if you want tags alone, you can use this. Otherwise, you can go through the page source like I did. This is the manual way, a way that'll always be available to you. But then again, you may want something that's a little easier of use. What that'll do is it'll add a little bar down here and it'll say view tags. With vidIQ, does the same thing, but it's over here on the side, right in this playlist area. So we'll kind of dig into a few of these tools and other things when it comes to YouTube video SEO optimization. Okay, while you would use normally a Google Keyword Planner to find keywords for the videos that you want to rank inside of Google Organic or the Google Video tab search engine, when it comes to keyword research for YouTube videos and what you're going to rank, YouTube is a completely different search engine. Kind of like I explained, whether you're doing finance or even insurance or something like that. If you end up, you know, trying to sell life insurance on here with a video, not many people are going to really look it up. You know, you're probably going to get maybe 1,000 views a month as the top ranked life insurance video on YouTube. But you rank that video inside of Google's organic search engine, and now all of a sudden you could be bringing in 1 million plus searches per month. So these are two different search engines, which means they have two different sets of keyword phrases that you should be going after. And with that, the best way to search is the same way that you would even search inside of Google. Normally you use Keyword Planner, but Google Auto Suggest is really the most straight to the point. And since you're not going to be creating hundreds of videos, like you can create hundreds of articles like pretty quick, you obviously need to go after the biggest keywords. So you don't need to collect a big wide range, you just need the top few. So if we're going after, say, a basketball video, we're going to, say, break down someone who's hot right now. Steph Curry shot, and I'll even remove this. This is a previous one. So Steph Curry shot, and from here, you can instantly go into exactly what people are after. Number one, they're just looking at his shot first. The next thing they want to do is see it in slow motion. And then they want to see it versus basically, you know, kind of the rival. The reason being behind this little backstory is because one of the players were traded from Thunder into Steph Curry's team. So there's kind of rivalry there. That's why people like searching for Steph versus Thunder. Then you go into the mechanics, the breakdown of it, the times he was blocked. Again, they're breaking it down. Slow motion form. So you could probably get two keywords by saying, you know, Steph Curry shot slow motion perfect form, you know, or whatever you want to do, or form breakdown, or form breakdown and mechanics. There's a lot of ways you can use all of these different keywords, but the main one you want to keep together is the one that's at the very top, because it's the one that people most often go after. Google's just simply pushing ahead of what people naturally already type in and end up choosing, so then they start suggesting that. So obviously people are going right after that slow motion. Now, once we go into that, of course, we want to look at the top 3 rankings right here, all right? And with these top 3 rankings, we want to mainly look after how are they optimizing their videos and their titles, and really what is the average length of all these videos when we take in the top 10. So I like to kind of do that, and I like to, you know, add it in my head. I go, okay, well, here we're basically at 1.5 minutes. Here we're back up to, this averages about 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 4.5, back down to about 4. So 4-minute video is probably what I want, because averaging all 10 of these videos together, you know, we get them in kind of a row, and we start saying, all right, you know, we got, we got an 8-minute, we got a 10, we got a 4, 1, 1, 1, 2, and 11. So we're just taking the average of all of these things, and it would be end up being 25, 36, 37, 38. So 38, and then we're dividing that by the average mean, 2, 4, 6, 8. So divide that by 8. That goes in, we'll just say it goes in 5 times. So we're looking at basically a 4.5 minute to 5 minute video. And that's what we're really aiming for, because we're trying to average the top 10 search results and get what ultimately the average video time is. We're aiming for that slot. When we do that, we're much more likely to rank higher, and as well as these other videos. So that's kind of how you do your research, and you know, get how long you should be planning out your content, how much you should end up providing, because that's really going to allow you to make sure that you're not overworking yourself. You're not delivering, you know, a 30-minute compilation of Steph Curry's slow motion shots, and you know, you have to put together a dozen hours of work just to put that video together. Instead, again, you're only aiming for about 4.5, 5 minutes. And what's the biggest one that's going to happen when I put in Steph Curry? Again, Steph Curry highlights, mix, dunk. If I just put in, again, shot, slow motion is the biggest one that comes up. So we want to go after what's auto-suggest. Whatever is auto-suggested is naturally going to be at the top. All right, I know I'm usually gabbing on, but I just wanted to write all of this out. Again, with auto-suggest, you want to make sure that you're using the top keyword, really. It shouldn't even be keywords. Keyword, all right? You want to focus on one, because you can't create a lot of content. You can't create a lot of videos on this. You're already on something that's kind of niche, which is Steph Curry's shooting form. Now, does that mean you're not going to get a lot of views? No, you're actually probably going to get a couple million views for that. So that's why you need to be more specific. You can't just go after a keyword like NBA or best NBA shots or dunks. It's just not going to happen. But when you end up using, again, a top keyword, you can add in long tail phrases as well. So you're just going keyword 1, and then, you know, help with, and then you use keyword 2, and maybe, you know, keyword 3. So that's all we're really after, is we're just trying to use that first top keyword, and then we're trying to include the phrases. And when I mean include the phrases, I don't mean coming back here and using Steph Curry shot slow motion breakdown and then maybe like a bar, you know, a pipeline. Don't go Steph Curry, shot from tunnel, or shot, form slow motion. Don't use that whole keyword over again. You don't need to. Google's smart enough to know different keywords go in different sections, and again, they match that all up. The one thing you want to focus on is getting this kind of what I would consider exact match. So you don't want these to be broken up with, Steph Curry shot best slow motion. I know this makes sense, but just a lot of other things. Here we go. Form slow motion, jump shot slow motion. Those aren't as highly sought after. So obviously you don't want to go after terms that are lesser than. You want to go after the number one term and then a few auxiliary terms to help. All right, it's time to talk about something that's very important, and that is sitemaps. Sitemaps are really the biggest key to the Google video tab. Again, this is kind of where the 80-20 rule gets reversed. Usually for generic keywords, you're going to find, an SH stands for self-hosting. You're going to end up finding that self-hosting ends up ranking the most in that case. And the reason that they rank is that they have a video sitemap, and that sitemap literally says, I want you to pull this certain picture right here with the play button over it, and I want you to pull this title, and this description with this URL where it points to. And all of this information is basically the bare bones of what's necessary, but it's 90% of what almost every search engine is going to end up asking for you. But we'll go over a little bit more in detail of this. And long story short, I'm going to be going over this for a WordPress website, but there's lots of tools that you can use that auto-generate these sitemaps on your behalf. And really, they'll end up ripping a lot of the data, especially if it's like a YouTube video. But if it's a self-hosted video, then even more so, you're going to have to manually enter in that information once it's generated. But a lot of these tools make it very easy, so it's just kind of like your back-end optimization you would do for a normal blog post. You just end up putting in, again, the title, the description. It'll naturally pull the URL in which it's at. Which URL would you like it to point to when people click into it so they go to a web page, maybe an article that's attached to it, and then on top of that, just finally what image you'd like to place there as well. So if we were to go into the video sitemaps that Google suggests, they just give you a kind of simple sitemap markup, and this is just simply telling you, hey, here's how this data is encoded. If we went over to schemas here, it would end up showing us a lot of the details of how to write these technical backend. And I know this seems very confusing, but I'm just going to break down the easy things for you. This is where your thumbnail's at. Thumbnail location. All right, thumbnail should be found here. Here's where your title's at, right? So put in the title there. Here's where your description's at. So put in your description there. Content location. This should naturally get pulled automatically. This should always be there, auto-played. Again, same thing there. Duration, it should naturally pull this as well. That's kind of a lot of what the tool does. Expiration dates won't usually be put in. If they are, it's usually called an expiring tag. The reason this is done is it's so that it clears the browser's cache. In case you update these videos, maybe once a year, it'll tell them, hey, this is a year-old video. I want you to delete that cache because this video may have been updated already. You can give ratings. You can give view counts, publication dates. Is it family-friendly? Is there any restrictions in terms of countries? Yeah, I want to block Ireland, Great Britain, US, any of those things. So again, you're just trying to really go through the basic things, which is right all here. And all of this should naturally be created almost automatically for you. Again, there's some things you may not need. Does this require a subscription? Is there money? What's the cost of that, etc. So there's things like that. But outside of it, again, these are the main things you need to have. This is what every entry must contain in order to rank inside of Google's video search engine tab. So if you just type in video sitemap generator, I type in WordPress, but if you have Joomla, you have Wix or there's a million other website content management systems. I believe WordPress is the best. I've owned an SEO company, still do, for the last 10 years. WordPress has absolutely dominated anytime we took a client under our wing. We've seen hundreds of other websites. Yes, some do work, but it takes a lot more work when they're not WordPress. There's just the way that WordPress is built. It's a really great way to start ranking quickly, and it's going to require less work than any other website, basically. So that's why I go through that a lot. But like I said, type in whatever it is, your content management system, video sitemap generator. And my ones I recommend for WordPress are Premium. I love Yoast. I just like, it's a godsend to me. People like all-in-one SEO, you got to pay for that as well. At least Yoast is free. And if you want additional things like this, like, multilingual SEO or video SEO, which are basically the only two things that you would ever really get, it's a little bit more and it does it really well. So it's $69 at this moment for one website. If you want the free version, just go Google XML sitemaps for videos. Yes, this hasn't been tested, but it still works. The reason why is it's the same schema markup since ever. I mean, I don't think they're ever going to change that schema markup. They may add more details of like extra things you can tell, like, hey, is this in 3D? Is this, virtual reality and things like that? That will be in the future. But otherwise, the basic details that you're really adding in, this handles it, and that's all you really need. So you can download this. Obviously, it'll auto-generate, and you're good and ready to go. Again, sitemaps are extremely important because it tells the thumbnails that they should be pulling for your videos, which increases the click-through rate. It tells them the title they should have. Your title should sometimes be different than what your landing page actually is with the video on it. You may be breaking down Steph Curry's shot in slow motion, but that entire page may be dedicated to Steph Curry as a player, and you're just highlighting that one minute portion. So you don't want to name that video what the page title is oftentimes really. So this is why you want a sitemap, you want to customize, you want to get involved with this, because this is going to increase your SEO multiple times over. Okay, so what I have here is I've pulled up one of my other demo accounts for YouTube, and I just want to go over the back end, the analytics, so that way you can actually get additional suggestions, finding out, number one, where's a lot of this traffic coming from, number two, what could I possibly increase or go into as a side keyword or topic, so that way I'm expanding my reach and my audience. So what you want to do is, of course, go click on this, go into Creator Studio. Once you're in Creator Studio, go to Analytics. You'll see this dashboard. This shows you everything across your entire account. Watch times, the whole duration, over the last 28 days, what your estimated revenue should be or is, your likes, dislikes, comments, etc. The top 10 videos that you have, it's going to show all the information for that as well. And it's going to show kind of the demographics. Now, if you go in and click inside of traffic sources, what you'll end up getting is this right here. And this shows you your watch time, your views, and it goes into more of the data. If we click into YouTube search, then what it's going to bring us to is kind of a list of different phrases that people have typed in order to find our videos inside of the search engine. So self-liquidating offer is one of the biggest ones. Perception deception is another. Difference between website and sales funnel. So you can see that a lot of these different things have obviously brought people to my channel. But overall, we can see that self-liquidating offer, SLO, is probably by far the biggest. So if anything, I would want to create more things around this type of idea. If I were to click inside of this keyword, what it's then going to start bringing up is more additional data, like where are these people coming from, who's most interested inside of all of these searches, and it even lets you know kind of a subscription status between these viewers and how many people subscribe from this specific keyword. So it even lets you know kind of the quality of people that are coming through. Now, since I have a small sampling size, obviously this doesn't work quite nearly as well as if we had just, obviously 1 million views a month, like per se a sports channel. Marketing channels aren't as popular on YouTube, but they are getting more so. My channel isn't nearly as developed as it really should be, but the main idea is that it's all about the quality of videos. You just put out a couple at a time, you optimize them correctly, and you can get some good interaction from all of this. So overall, if you just look through these different types of keywords, you're going to end up finding a lot of different phrases that maybe you didn't think you should be focusing on, and that's really going to differentiate the topics that you end up talking about in the future. So it gives you a better kind of forecast for what you should be making in terms of future content and future videos. All right, the next thing I want to talk about is engagement. And engagement has to do with the interactivity of someone within your video. And there's a few things. I already talked about one, which is duration, kind of how to figure that out. Number two, what you're going to end up having is, again, that cover image. So we're kind of repeating over a few simple things. You know, your engagement is really going to be determined from how you set the really the perspective up front. How you frame everything is going to determine the outcome. It's kind of how sales are. If you walk in, you make someone pissed off right before you're trying to sell them, they're probably not going to be sold on whatever you try to sell them, no matter how good it is for them. You make them happy, you get them to attach emotions to it, no matter how irrational the decision, they're probably going to buy it. So a cover image does the exact same thing. And number three, the one I really want to focus on the most, that is what I call the 15 seconds of fame. So 15 seconds of fame is really how you're going to end up engaging people inside of your video. You want to do what's known as a pattern interrupt. And a pattern interrupt, basically broken down, is as simple as, what does this pink elephant have to do with your marketing sales funnel, your business online? Well, listen to this video and you're about to find out. Then you go in, hi, my name is Zach Miller. I'm going to be breaking down sales funnels and how they are so out of whack with what you understand that it's basically, like this and like that. And then you're trying to get people reeled in for a certain reason. You're just giving them that hook of why they want to actually come in and listen to what you're offering. When you give that pattern interrupt, it could be as simple as you doing something silly, so you just kind of popping in. Oftentimes, I like to make sure that the first moments of a video, when I do it for my clients and they get all of their videos done and everything, we always follow this formula. We want to have the first 10 to 15 seconds be a pattern interrupt. All right. Then we're going to go into an intro. And that intro is usually going to be 5 to 10 seconds. Oh, I'm getting those mixed up. Sorry. Intro, and then it's going to be 5 to 10 seconds. And then you're going to move in. This is what I call the high part. This is usually, again, 5 to 10 seconds. And then you're going to go into what I call the meat. And that's actually what you're delivering. And then you're talking about, 1 to X minutes. So when you break this all down, you're going to get people involved, finding out why they're there, knowing who you are, going through your intro, which is just a quick blurb or something, and then you get right into the meat and potatoes of what you're presenting. When you do this, there is a much higher chance of you keeping that retention. And what you want to look for is what's known as the dips in the engagement. And when you look in the engagement or the activity, you'll see that a lot of your videos will end up having something like this, and then it'll go here. And this bump is literally saying this is where people start falling off. You know, you need to look at this area in terms of the video length. If your video is 5 minutes long, you know, we'll do it even simpler. We'll do it 2 minutes. So this is probably the 1 minute mark. So it's literally saying between here and the 1 minute mark. So you're probably at 45 seconds. You need to start checking what is going on inside your video that's causing people to drop off so suddenly. And then you can fix that and obviously turn this engagement around so that then it starts becoming something more like that. And that's really what you're looking for, because at the end of the day, you're going to have this drop off right here. It's almost always going to be a curve up. Reason being is people get tired in the first 15 seconds, but there's even more people that just get tired in the first few seconds. They see the video, they pop into something, you know, it's just that first very image of that pattern interrupt. If that didn't catch them, that's it. Those are the people that leave. So the pattern interrupt goes right here usually. You want to probably have another one wherever you have a drop off. You know, hey, you know, do something crazy, or do, you know, you can even look up online different types of pattern interrupts for different industries. And I mean, people have created some really unique ones. And again, all a pattern interrupt is doing something out of the ordinary that catches people's attention and makes them re-engage and reinvest into you and what you're saying. So every time you see that little drop off, do a pattern interrupt, boom, you're going to be popping into a lot more of an engagement, which allows you to get into that meat and potatoes. Meat and potatoes is what people all came for. If they can get through that, they find value in you. If they find value in you, not only do you get paid by YouTube, but they're also going to engage with you further, which means, hey, liking, subscribing, you know, commenting, and then also going and subscribing to my email list or buying this product, whatever it is. That's what this is all about ultimately. So when you bring up that engagement, it's going to improve everything overall. And this is more of a long-term overhaul. Okay, so one thing that I haven't explicitly really talked about is comments. And comments are pretty easy. The more that you have, the better you're going to get for SEO. So the basic idea, and it's really the only rule, is reply to every comment. Now there's going to eventually reach a point where either A, the comments, because it's the internet, do become toxic to a point, even when you do great stuff. And then there's also a point where you just literally have too many comments. And when that occurs, do answer what you can, when you can, and if you should. So when I say reply to every comment, it literally doesn't mean every single comment. Someone says, I hate you, I hate your guts, hope you die. You're not going to reply back to that. In fact, it's best just to ignore that, or if anything, delete the comment if it's really that bad. Otherwise, it's really just something that's there. It's going to add SEO. Everyone wants to have, you know, kind of their opinion and their reason to say something. Let them do it. That's kind of what it's there for. Eventually, you know, if anything gets to the point where it's hate speech or racism or things like that, then obviously you want to curb your comment thread. But other than that, leave comments, let them go, because the more content, the more SEO, the more you're going to get more views, which means more rankings, more traffic, and it's just a cycle. So again, comments are valuable. The more that you reply to your comments, the more obviously you're adding interaction in between people, and that's only going to build over time. The more content that, or more comments that you get, obviously that's going to progressively get more and more, because people love to see that someone's involved, listening to them, giving replies back. So it creates a great environment. So comments are something that should be looked upon, replied back to, you know, on a daily or bi-daily or even weekly basis if possible. Okay, so I want to talk about the video layout, and I've kind of spoke on that a little bit already, but it doesn't hurt to obviously go in more depth with this. And what I like to do is I like to have something where I have what I've called a pattern interrupt. And this pattern interrupt is usually going to be 5 to 10 seconds. So it's not really long. And then that is going to transition into usually what you'd end up having as an actual intro. And that's kind of like that video. You may have, you know, a logo flash and it'll bling and then flash out, and that's it. You know, it's just something very simple, very quick, maybe a little music. That's about it. That's all you really want. And you may even have your intro music kind of span over all of this. And then this intro is going to be, again, 5 to 10 seconds. You don't want this to be long at all. Then this is the basically, you know, who am I? And again, you're going to be getting into, oops, I'm just going to put me plus content. And that's really just a preview. And what I mean by me plus content, I'm saying, hey, I'm Zach Miller, and today we're going to be breaking down, you know, your sales funnel and how we can absolutely revolutionize it. So you're just basically stating what's going to end up happening into the future. And this, we'll say 10 to 15 seconds. You make it 5 to 10 if you want. It doesn't matter. You usually want to make this really quick overall so that you're getting all of this out basically in about 30 seconds total. This is about all people have. You know, the pattern interrupt makes them stay for the first 15 seconds. The intro has them go, okay, you know, what's this about? And then they re-engage. So it's kind of, if I could say anything, there's engagement, it slips a little bit, and then it comes right back up. But the intro does help for branding, so of course that is going to be beneficial. Just make it very short. And again, your music can kind of go into here and kind of a little bit here as well. And then you're going to transition into your content, or what I would call really the meat. And this is going to be, you know, 1 to X minutes. And then once you have this, I'm going to zoom out a little bit because this is getting a little bit bigger. You're then going to move into usually a second pattern interrupt here. So I'm just going to save time, bring this over. So you have a second pattern interrupt here. And again, this is going to be something that's more along the lines of you explaining the pattern interrupt. So 20 to 30 seconds. It can be longer, but you want to explain it and kind of create a new pattern interrupt. So this is what I would consider opening a loop. And people hate having a loop. I mean, it's like this. My favorite is drawing this and then just leaving this open space. I can't tell you how many times I've had friends just come in here and draw that for me. It's kind of a social experiment, and it's called closing the loop. And I know that it's not coming to mind, but it's a study, and they did something very similar to this, and they just basically had people see an open loop, and the moment that you see an open loop, you automatically put interest and emotion and energy into that, and you have to see it through. Most people have to see things through, so they have to close a loop. So you're opening this loop over here saying, you know, how is your sales funnel like this purple gorilla? Well, find out. I'm about to explain it inside, you know, Marketing Labs 101. And then boom, my intro comes in. Hi, I'm Zach Miller, and we're going to be breaking down sales funnels today. Then you go into the meat of that and you break down sales funnels, and you go, you know, you kind of explain and you close the loop here, and you say, so how is your sales funnel like a purple gorilla? Well, the thing is that purple gorillas don't exist, and your sales funnel doesn't until you have this blank space that's like, oh my God, you're so brilliant, you know. And for me, I always like to explain what's called a value ladder. You know, you have a front end, you have a mid, and then you have a back end. And most people only have one product. And if you only have one product, well, that's why you're not making money, because this is where I break even usually. And then this, and I usually have what's known as a continuity. All those things make me my money. The front end doesn't make me any money. In fact, I lose money on it. So again, it's like, oh, there's this big thing, you know, that you all of a sudden solve, and it's like, that's awesome. So you close that loop, but you need to reopen that loop again, and you need to say, you know, I'm going to be explaining, you know, why, or do something crazy even. It doesn't have to be like another how's your sales funnel like a blank, or how it relates to your niche. You could just do or say something crazy, or just be like, what did how hard do you think it is to double your conversion rates on an opt-in page? And I'll show you how I did it in less than 48 hours. And I went from 20% opt-in rates to 50% opt-in rates. Do you want to know how? Okay. And then you go into the final portion. This is what I'd really call dessert. And this is going to be still 1 to X minutes, however long it takes to explain it. Usually, once you find out how long the top 10 videos are, you take the average of that and say, oh, well, I only need a 4 to 5 minute video. Then obviously you're not going to go on for 10 minutes talking about this and this right here. So again, you're going to pop through this, talk for 2 minutes here, 30 seconds here, 1 minute here, you're done. And then you're going to have, I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. Oh boy, look at this. Going everywhere. All right, so then you're going to end up moving to the close. And the close is, basically I like to have it be 10 to 20 seconds. And the close says, like, sub, comment, and, go to ... And go to could be go to another YouTube video. You're trying to create more interaction within your own YouTube channel, which is great when you first start. Or you can say go to this sales page, or go to this squeeze page where you can opt in and join my email list. Whatever it is, you want to say like, subscribe, comment, and then blah, 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 go to here, and maybe pop that up on the screen. And that's basically going to be your closeout. That's all you really are going to have. Once you have that, most people end up having, if you go really far, you're going to end up having what's known as a default outro, or a DO. And a default outro is seen on a lot of the bigger websites. If you go to, one favorite one I like to point out is like Cracked or CinemaSins. Those are ones that I know. But a lot of the big channels will end up saying, hey, if you like this video, make sure that you check out these ones below, or, this and this. And it'll kind of, you've probably seen it before, it'll show their little videos like this and say, hey, click here, you can get this and you can go here. And there's a little guy usually talking and saying, what about that one? Or you could click on that one maybe if you want. If not, you could go here and go to our website, get some fan gear, whatever. So that's kind of what you're going to end up saying at the very end. And these are kind of like, hey, don't forget to like, subscribe. That's your quick blurb. This is more of a pro approach for a default outro. And you place this at the end of every video. And again, it's just kind of like this content that overlays your normal video here. While this is a default and this is a default. That's about all the two things. Everything else is, you. So you want to keep this layout in mind. This is really how you put together a video. When you do this, you're going to have higher engagements. It's going to be a lot better. And it's really going to improve your interaction too with your audience, because this is how people learn naturally. They want to be kind of told, hey, here's this crazy thing. Want to find out? Branding. Then they want to go, okay, I want to find out about you and what you're going to be talking about. Tell me what you're talking about then. Then you close that loop, open a new loop. Then you end that that new loop that you've opened with maybe like a little dessert. Like, hey, here's some tips of how to, double your conversion rates with 2 simple changes or 3 simple changes. Then you go into your close. Then if you want to, you can go into your default outro, which is, hey, like, subscribe, click on this video, click on that video, or go over here to our website, things like that. That's the most efficient way to really create a video and lay it out in terms of what you'll be doing at each section and how long each part should be. Okay, I want to talk about the kind of difference between black hat versus white hat and when it comes to the SEO. And the real way that Google's differentiating this, because in technicality of how they rate and look upon any type of link building, no matter what it is, if it's anything offsite and not your website, it's black hat. But that's not really true. Google does that to scare people away, but there is a true definition that you can actually determine this is black versus white. And it comes down to really just one simple thing. Basically, are you keyword stuffing? I'm sure you've heard that before. Basically, you're just overusing keywords to the point that it doesn't make sense. No sense at all. And that is a big issue. When it comes over to white hat, all you're doing is making something that's engaging, and that means it's going to affect your CTR, which is your click-through rate. This is basically kind of a holy grail in a sense of how popular is your video and how realistic is it that we should be promoting it to the top. If your click-through rate is extremely high, then no doubt they're going to say, well, obviously people really resonate with your material. We're going to push it right up to the top #1 position. Your CTR rate is a big factor behind that because they want the most engaging material that people want to click on. So that's the biggest difference between black and white hat. So when it comes to creating titles, descriptions, your title shouldn't just be, keyword 1 plus keyword 2 plus keyword 3, and then your description being something, blah blah, no one wants to hear about that. It's just ridiculous. So when you do it white, you want to create something that is more towards, like we discussed, Steph Curry's shot form in slow motion. You want to create something that's engaging to that, and you can use a couple keywords after this, but you basically want to do keyword 1 and then, some sort of sentence that makes it make sense, right? Sometimes these keywords do make sense because they're just a keyword, but you want something like da 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 or da 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 da, and then the closer this keyword is to the front of the sentence, the more weight it holds. So you usually want to put it up front, but you want to still have a sentence. You want something that's readable, that has engagement, so it has a click-through rate that is higher than other videos. And that also means that you need to create something that's engaging in terms of the description. If you just have blah blah blah, a bunch of keywords and nothing really special about it, it's not going to engage people. People are reading these descriptions from the search engine, so you need to make sure that those descriptions, those titles, everything about it is bringing people into why should I watch this video? It's like you could just have a video about, hey, gluten-free recipes. Yeah, that's great. That's okay. And then you could go into, everyone's favorite word, free gluten-free recipes, right? Or 10 or a number, something like that. People love numbers, 7 free gluten-free recipes. And then you go in, you say, people call me the master of how to hack recipes and make them gluten-free, or do this, or I'm a health nut and I love making the tastiest gluten-free products that your taste buds have ever had the pleasure of touching. Something like that is going to put people through over gluten-free recipes, get gluten-free, gluten's bad, lose weight in 10 days, no more gluten. Something like that is just absolute dribble. So that's what makes it black hat then. So you want to be engaging, you don't want to keyword stuff, you keep that in terms of your optimization for your title and your description, you're going to be well off. Okay, a really cool kind of SEO trick to utilize is once you get a lot of different videos on a big subject, I'm going to say, you know, my SEO course. And that's what we'll call the playlist. And what you're going to ultimately have is a number of different videos that obviously combine together and talk about different ideas inside of SEO and the SEO industry. So you may have, you know, how to research, and now that's a part of SEO. How to research SEO terms. And another one may be, you know, SEO link building. And then another one may be, you know, video SEO. And now what I'm doing with all of this is I've created a playlist that has a lot of different terms inside of here. You know, research SEO terms is probably what I was going after. SEO link building here was probably what I was going after. Video SEO was what I was going after. But guess what? Because they have this main thing in common, I'm going to rank a lot better for this term. So if someone types in SEO, I'm going to be much more likely to come to the top for that with a playlist than I would for just an individual video, because it's giving me a large selection of different ideas on the topic of SEO or SEO courses or SEO training, whichever I may name this thing right here. You know, I could name this course, I could name this training, you know, just whatever most people may type in for this type of short-term keyword, which again, we just go into YouTube, type in SEO, and then probably one of the first top matching key phrases that matches what we're building as a playlist, that's what we want to use. And then we're going to naturally, because we're using all of these different other videos inside our playlist, that's going to show up inside of the YouTube search engine. So playlists are a big benefactor for you because you're not focusing all of your effort on just one video. In fact, you get to come off and basically go, hey, you know, I want to come over and I want to make, you know, a dozen different videos over here, and they can just go on and on and on. And now each one of those videos is adding more credence, more credibility, more rankings, more keywords, and a total view count, which I call a TCV. And that total view count ends up giving you the authority to rank this playlist over other videos that may be better ranked and better put together. But since it's a playlist and it's more complete, YouTube's obviously, of course, looking to involve those types of searches inside of a more comprehensive course or course of videos that all together put together, you know, one individual idea. And one thing that so far has happened with playlists, I'm going to let you know, is that if it comes down to 3 rankings, this is going to be one video, and then once you hit number 3, you're allowed to start ranking your playlist. And this is where usually a playlist will rank. So the first 2 spots, they're usually going to give to, you know, videos, and obviously up here you're going to have your ads that go above that, but we're ignoring that, and we're saying organically inside of YouTube, your first one's going to be a video, your second one's probably going to be a single video, and then your third one, they start suggesting playlists. The reason for that is they want people that are mainly looking for that instant gratification. So that's all that the single videos are for. But then the people that they understand, you know, oh, if they skip past these 2 videos, they're going for fuller content. And that's the whole idea behind that. So what you want to ultimately realize is that when you create a playlist, is it going to rank in the top, 1 or 2 spots? Probably not. Most times this is what I end up seeing. This is what most of our data suggests, is that they basically start suggesting after 2 videos. And then you can make your playlist. So not to deter you, but just to give you more of an understanding of how playlists work in the rankings for YouTube. Okay, so here I am on the Creator Academy or YouTube creator side of YouTube. And what I'm really just trying to dive inside here is monetizing your account. Now, there's a few things that you need to do before you monetize an account. And then of course, once you do those steps, there's a few ways that you can actually monetize your account. And I'm going to go over the main ones that YouTube discusses and one additional one outside of that. So as they say, audience before income. You got to actually have people viewing your channel in order for it to be monetized. Usually the minimum nowadays, and they're always going to be raising it or changing it, but at the current moment it's somewhere around 400 to 500 subscribers. They'll usually give you personal emails if you've monetized a lot of your videos but you don't have a lot of subscribers. And basically, again, they're just making sure that you actually are going to promote content and you already have a little bit of a user base before you start monetizing, because they often realize that when people start inside of YouTube that they don't really want to serve ads to those types of people. The reason being is you're going to end up deterring some of your audience away in the beginning steps of you creating, your channel on YouTube. So it's a big step forward when you don't have any brand, any advertising. It's just your branding and people are there to watch you and solely you. And then later on, they kind of get introduced as you get larger to the ads that are served on your videos. So that's why they do that. Otherwise it could stunt your growth. So they need you to have a little bit of an audience. Again, that's always going to change. Once you do that, you can then set up your channel to earn money. All you got to do is you can come over to this side, Creators Academy YouTube, and they'll basically tell you what to do. You're just going to apply to join the YouTube Partner Program. Again, you got to have at least 4,000 watch hours. Right now, it's 1,000 subscribers in order to join the program. However, at the same time, you are still allowed to connect your YouTube channel to an AdSense account in order to start earning money and get paid for your monetized videos. This is in order to join, again, the partner program. You can still connect your AdSense account to the YouTube channel. I'm not going to actually show you these links of where to do this because these are always going to change. So it's best to just go to YouTube, look this up, which is, again, just earn money with YouTube in the Creator Academy, and this checklist will come up for you. I'm just simply going over it so that way you can realize where this is at, what you got to do step by step. Now, once you do that, you're just going to take a minute and just know the kinds of videos you can monetize and the different ad formats that you can choose. There is just what they call ad rolls, which is something pops up in the midst of your video while you're talking, usually a little bit below. And then there is full page ads, which are basically they take up your video, they usually play before it, sometimes in between it, depending on how you have it monetized and how long your content is. And YouTube does all this types of analytics to determine which ads are best when it comes to serving in the middle of your content. Usually those will be ad rolls though. Step 4, then you're going to select monetize with ads for each individual that you want to obviously monetize, and you're gonna have to go through and choose each one so that way you can tell them what you do and you don't. It used to be by default that all of them would just be monetized, but I believe in recent times they've gotten that down more to the fact of what do you want to choose, because they don't want you to just assume immediately that everything you want is monetizable. So once you do that, again, you're going to then have ads served, but there's one other way, or really 3 ways that you can actually make money. And the first way is, of course, AdSense, and then the YouTube Partner Program. The second way is YouTube Red, and this is basically like, imagine your and these are probably going to be dead in the future, but basically TV subscriptions or cable subscriptions or satellite TV subscriptions where you're just going through and subscribing to a certain platform so that way you can have exclusive content all to yourself. So if you create exclusive content just for YouTube Red and your YouTube Red subscribers, that's another way that you can actually monetize off of that. The third one is to be sponsored. And what does this mean to be sponsored? Well, you can have things usually at the beginning of your video where you're going to be like, hey, one place that I like to talk about is Wendover Productions. This is a guy who just goes through Wikipedia pages, reads the Wikipedia pages, and makes a video around that Wikipedia page day by day. And then he just gets sponsored in the beginning by, gosh, I can't even remember. It's just some type of website builder. Not a great one, but nonetheless, he does get sponsored by it. And there's other people who have sponsors at the end where it's like, hey, this video is brought to you by blah, 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 blah. And for the really heavily paid ones, there's kind of like a subsection I would consider 3B here. And that's doing literal reviews about a product, and they pay you for that product. So it's a paid review. And that's how I do those. So paid reviews are kind of basically being sponsored. I like to be honest with my YouTube subscriber base up front. If I would ever do those paid reviews, is, hey, you know, I was asked to check this out, you know, give it a review, or, you know, I've been sponsored by so-and-so and I want to give my honest review. And, you know, the best way to be honest is, even if you have been paid to, obviously they're going to tell you this in not so many words, but do it in a positive light. You can say things in a positive light while still kind of adding a little jabs inside. If it's a poorly made product, obviously you should probably tell people that, and the sponsored, you know, people who paid you for the sponsored review are probably not going to come back again. But trash is trash, as I say. But something that's, you know, in between, it's mediocre, then you can put it in a positive light, but still, you know, give a few spurns to it, but not like, this sucks, you know. So be very common sense with it, in terms of, you're being sponsored, you want these people to come back, you want to get paid more, do it right. So these are the main ways that you'll end up making money off of YouTube and monetizing your account. The number one way is, everyone starts right here, is AdSense. YouTube Red comes kind of when you want exclusive content, and sponsored ads come when you are big. And by big, I mean like 100, 200,000 subscribers. So that can be quite a number. Sometimes in different markets, for example, if you're talking health or perhaps financial, on YouTube at this day and age, someone with 50,000 subscribers is still pretty big. So they may get sponsored by certain, you know, big financial sectors or businesses. They're saying, hey, use our software or trade with us, etc. So it's all depending on kind of where you're at. If you're looking to get sponsored by, per se, you know, getting video game reviews, you're going to have somewhere around 500,000 people as subscribers. So that's all I got to say for that. These are the main ways to monetize. Again, just keep in mind that when you do these things, that you want to have an AdSense account that's obviously in good standing. You don't want to run fake traffic or fake views through these things. You want to obviously be as, you know, close to the white line as you can be in terms of safety. You just want to make sure that everything is on the up and up for your channel. You don't want to get demonetized. Also, I will say that YouTube will all be improving this in the future. Currently, AI is taking down YouTube videos and demonetizing them simply off of tags and poor AI manipulation of identification. But in the future, YouTube will become vibrant again, and I see, obviously, whatever people are investing in today will pay off more in the future than it will for in this now time space. But again, like I said, AI will improve. YouTube will definitely get a lot better at banning content that is truly against, you know, its terms and policies, than just kind of waywardly doing it because you had someone that placed a tag in your video that said, you know, death. And it was nothing about death. It was just talking about how death, you know, maybe spread through the Black Plague inside of England or something, etc., etc. So again, when it comes to monetization, be wary. Read all the guides, because there are certain videos you cannot monetize, and you don't want to start getting strikes against your account or your videos because of simple little mistakes like that. Okay, so another alternative to YouTube Cockpit or YTCockpit is this Tubular, Tubular, labs.com. And this is a free trial, still paid, but again, it's still the same ideas. It's giving you a lot of research into the keywords, their competition, you know, what your videos have for, you know, likes, views, average duration. It kind of goes into your account, gets all of that data, shows it on a dashboard for you, just like YTCockpit. It's basically what I would consider, you know, they each have a few of their own definite pluses over each other. YTCockpit really does great at tracking your keywords, whereas Tubular does a really great job at finding additional concepts or topics and channel creators or curators that you can reach out to, because it's going to let you know, hey, people that watch this video right here, most of them go over here and they'll end up watching this video. So maybe you should create a video about something like that, and YouTube will probably suggest it for you, because again, it wants to have a curator who has created multiple topics. Keep in line, it wants to keep suggesting the same curator, because if you like that person, they want to keep you on that topic. But again, if not, you can reach out to that person, find ways to, hook up. Another thing is that we can go into the keyword research. We can really find the competitive nature of each keyword, what types of videos you need to make in order to rank. And again, all you have to do is sign up, click there. It's going to ask you create a free account, and it gives you a lot of free stuff, such as insights, audience views, leaderboards, basic creator data, things like that. You can also request a demo as well if you want. The main idea is that you get something to see for free inside of Tubular, whereas with YTCockpit you have to pay right from the get-go, but it is a little bit cheaper. So again, it's just kind of a plus and minus, whatever you want to go after. You can view both of them. I'm giving you multiple options. VidIQ is the free one. Again, that also has a paid version to it if you want to sign up for Pro. Gives you a lot of data as well. Each one basically all does the same stuff. It's just VidIQ is a plug-in and play, so that as you visit different videos you can see, whereas Tubular, and maybe I'll just kind of write this out for you so that way you get a little bit better. We have VidIQ, Tubular, and also YTCockpit. Now, again, this is more of, I won't say it's mobile in the sense of mobile optimizer for your phone, but it's mobile in the sense of it's on YouTube, so as you view videos, you can find individual ones. This is usually what I would consider a case-by-case basis of tracking. Again, there is no keyword tracker here. YTCockpit is the best keyword tracker. And then outside of that, that's kind of where everything basically makes it different. Everything else over here, and then this is probably, it beats everything else in terms of insights. Everything else is the same. Keyword research, keyword research, keyword research, competitive, competitive, competitive. All these different things are all the same throughout everywhere else. But these are kind of the main differences. And outside of that, again, free plus paid. This is a trial, and then this is paid up front. Whoops. So that's about it that you need to know in terms of the keyword research tools that are available at your disposal. Choose whichever fits you and obviously your budget best. Okay, so the other thing I want to kind of address is your subscribers. And really at the bottom line, subscribers are just a number so that you're able to kind of contact these people. YouTube more and more is making it basically like an email opt-in, where you say, sure, I want to subscribe, but then I have to, what we call inside of the email industry, whitelisting, which is basically to turn on notifications. And that's really all you're trying to get. You're trying to get someone to sub and then basically whitelist you so that you're always getting up-to-the-date details whenever you release a video or a new idea or you reply back to someone's comments. So that's the ultimate end goal. Now, does subscribers have an outcome overall on the actual, rankings of a channel? Most of the time, I'm going to say it's almost a no. The reason that that really is because your subscribers are just really like your own internal promotion, but in terms of YouTube. See, when I tell you later on, if you want to, promote your own materials, your own videos, when you self-host, you have to self-promote, which means, you should get out there and contact as many people as you can to come view your videos. And then once you do that, there's obviously rankings or increases in your rankings. So I would say more or less, because you have subscribers, that's going to boost you up the exact kind of same rate in terms of your view counts. The more views that you have, the more that Google and thus YouTube is going to say, this is liked, this is well favorited, it's going viral. We want to rank this high because this is ultimately going to deliver more value than the other videos that have been getting less views. So that's basically all it is. Subscribers at the end of the day, I'm going to count it not as a big fat zero, but it's almost null in the terms of go and get subscribers, because those subscribers are so valuable, because now every future video that you produce, you're recontacting those people over and over again for each new video. And, sometimes you're going to see channels that have, a couple thousand subscribers, but millions of views. That's just because they're in those types of niches or industries. Whereas most of the time you're going to see, if someone has 1 million subscribers, their average video is probably going to get about 1 million to 1.5 million views. It's not to say that they can't have way more than that as well, but most of the time, these subscribers are just basically going to count as like a view towards every future video. So it's not that they're ranking you off the subscribers, but they're ranking you off the views, all right? So subscribers are great, but they're not the end-all be-all to actually rank you at the top. They're just allowing you to remarket yourself. We're going to be using VidIQ, which is a great way to actually peer into the potential, not always the exact formula, you never know because of the types of keywords and ads that are served, but the potential for what's there to be not only earned, but also ranked for, and the competition that you will have in terms of SEO, the optimization, etc., duration, a few other different nifty factors. So I'm just going to go ahead and click into MBA Unexpected Blocks. Over here, when you install that VidIQ, again, you can just go VidIQ Chrome extension, and all you're going to do is simply click in here, install that. Oops, sorry, not Vision, but the other one. They both do the same thing, but what you'll end up doing is signing in. All this data will naturally just come pouring through, and there's quite a bit to talk about, so I'm just going to go through some of these things, and you can always highlight, as you see, if you just kind of hold sometimes your cursor over, you'll be able to see kind of a description that they've added. It's a meta to describe, how hard, the details of what you're looking at, the statistics. Now, this is having to do with difficulty overall. So again, out of 100, 99th percentile means that it's probably pretty darn hard in terms of views and engagement. How many views? 2 million. How many engagements? Almost 8,200. 5.5 minute duration. Total earnings from this, based on a 1.5 CPM cost per milli, means every 1,000 views you'll be getting $1.50. Now, YouTube doesn't count every view that's on here, because some of these views are considered what's bounce or non-generated. See, YouTube will count views basically after that. Depends on different channels, but anywhere from sometimes 3 seconds all the way up to 15 and sometimes 30 if you're a newer channel, just to get those views counted. Some of the more popular channels, they'll get it like that 5-second area, but you have to have millions and millions of subscribers, so that's not something that's really, you're aiming for that 15-second mark. And if people don't hit that mark, then it doesn't count as usually a view, and they see that as kind of bot activity, especially if you don't have a lot of engagement. Then they're going to pay you less for those types of ads that you use. The keywords and the ads that they serve on your videos. Now, the engagement rate you see down here is 0.5% basically. You can see the ratios, how many engagements there are, how many are comments, how many dislike, how many like. So what's the like ratio? So this is 96%. And then there's about 67 Facebook likes, nothing else really outside of that. We can come down here, we can see the SEO score, which means tag count 4 out of 5. It's missing some things. Tag volume, again, it's not that great. They're using tags that really aren't, you know, highly searched. And that's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing, but more or less it's because he has a decent subscriber rate, he's within this sort of niche, and they have a lot of suggested videos, and these are highly watched videos, sports replays. Again, you're gonna have people that are ranking and getting good search volume, even though these keywords aren't particularly search volume centric before these videos were made. And what I mean by that is sometimes you'll make content and that will naturally create a genre, an industry, and traffic because you create the content. Because you create it, you know, kind of like the idea of Las Vegas, build it and they will come. Las Vegas is built in the middle of a desert, but it's kind of the little oasis in a desert, if that's what you want to call it. But the exact same thing occurs here as well, in the sense of, hey, you know, I'm kind of building a niche around unexpected blocks within the NBA, and he ranks #1 for that, and probably for a lot of other things around blocks. So that's a good thing. As well as you can see keywords in the description, tripled keywords, tags that are ranked, so it's doing a pretty good performance, and high volume ranked tags. So again, none of these are really high volume. What is high volume? Again, you'll have to determine within this what it determines high volume to be. Maybe we could pause over and get that to come up. It takes a little bit, so I'm just going to skip over that. Usually to me, high volume keywords mean that you're usually more or less getting about 10,000 views per month from that keyword. So that's what a high volume would be. Out of that, you can see the subscriptions, the total views the channel has, how much they're probably making per month, again, based on that $1.50 per cost per milli per 1,000 views. They have almost 13,000 subscribers. Average daily subs is 35. So again, they're doing pretty well for themselves, 50,000 views a day. These are all the tags that they're using. Again, you can do the Control U, look in the back end and view the source, Control F and find those keywords if you want, the manual way. But then again, if you install this, this will naturally come up every time for you, as well as channel tags. The channel tags are something that's universal. It goes across the entire, you know, your actual profile. Here again, you come in, type keywords, and as you'll see right there, all those keywords are the exact same ones they're finding right here. Lynn blocks Draymond. Lynn blocks Draymond. All right, so that's kind of the walkthrough of VidIQ. Again, it gives you a good idea of how your optimization is in comparison to another person's. Once your video goes live, again, you can just pop over to one of your videos, find out how it's doing in terms of the VidIQ score, and then you can basically roll from there and be able to optimize on the fly against, you know, competitors, basically A/B split testing, which is really nice. Okay, so I want to go into what's called YT, short for YouTube Cockpit, and this is a great tool. It is a paid one, but you can get a little bit more into the details of your keyword research. That's mainly what it's for, is research, finding popular keywords and kind of their competitive nature of how much, you know, again, you're going to be going up against when you create this video. What do you need for optimization? How long should it be? Those sorts of details. Now, again, while VidIQ, which I went into over here, is pretty nice, it does give you a competition, things like that, and it is all free. The main idea that you do have to keep in mind is that with free, there's limitations. So paid's obviously going to be really focused on, well, obviously this is just purely focused on YouTube, one of the only search engines that's really focused on just that. And they're also using that money that you pay them every single month to improve their systems, to get better, to update their algorithms. So again, a lot of this is really all based on, you can start at $19 a month, you can go yearly if you want, but the main idea is that you're going to be searching keywords inside of this. You're going to be able to even track different keywords and where they're ranking. That's of course though only if you use the pro version, which is $40 a month. And overall, I love YouTube Cockpit. It's great because, again, it's tracking inside and letting you know when you do this, when you do that, this is making a benefit to your overall rankings, or this isn't. So it really lets you know kind of what's going on in the back end instead of having to sort and shuffle through dozens of pages for just finding a single video. It keeps all of this on an eye on all of this for you. And overall, like I said, it's mainly there in terms of just getting the keywords, finding the competition, and letting you know what's the low-hanging fruit that you can actually go after. So I suggest they have free webinars at the current moment. You can get some training. That's a really great thing to get involved in. Kind of gives you a preview of the software. I'm not going to walk through it because it's ever-changing. They always have a few things that they're updating every single month. So it's better that you actually get the training from them on the most recent release. And again, you can just sign up. Just get started. They're not offering any free trials at the moment, but sometimes they do. And at the very least, you can see what the software does with a free webinar, and then you'll be able to instantly dive in, see if this is the right decision for you in terms of research. And if it isn't, then I'm going to, again, be going into VidIQ and a few other tools as well that you can use.
A picture's worth 1,000 words. Okay, well, images may not hold the exact same weight as text does in the search engines, but having good images alongside your content is definitely growing in importance. Chances are there's at least one image on every single page of your website, or at least there should be, because high-quality images and photos make your web pages more attractive and engaging. So why is image optimization so important? Well, first of all, image searches continue to rise year after year. The more we continue to move forward in this ever-increasing digital world, the more impact visuals have, especially when almost 14% of all Google searches are image related. These results are known as image pack results. And that number will only continue to grow steadily year after year. Image optimization can be a powerful SEO tactic when used properly, but finding well-crafted images to pop into your blog posts is only the first step. See, search engine bots still cannot read images, even with all of Google's knowledge and how far we've come since 1999. And by the way, we have made a lot of progress over the last few years with the boom in internet and smartphone usage. However, search engine crawlers still are unable to accurately identify the contents within an image. So they rely on an image's alt text to know what the image is and how it relates to your content or web page. So without optimizing your images for SEO, you're really missing out on bringing in extra visitors who may have otherwise found your content in the search results. Also, image optimization is keyword optimization. If you're truly serious about being well optimized for your keywords as humanly possible, then image optimization is important for you. Think of it as leaving no stone unturned. Every single piece of content that you create and upload should be optimized for maximum visibility within the search engines. So now let's talk about some of the benefits of image optimization. First of all, you want to make most of all the assets that you have. Premium stock photos, talented photographers, and high-end digital cameras don't come cheap. So if you've spent time and money on getting high-quality images for your blog or website, but you haven't taken the time to optimize them, then you're basically just throwing away a really valuable asset. See, proper image optimization also reduces site speed. So beyond increasing your visibility in the search engines, reducing image file sizes also helps to reduce your page load times. And if you didn't know by now, site speed is a ranking factor. The larger your image files are, the more time it will take to load your web pages. And the longer it takes to load your web pages, the higher your bounce rate will be because visitors will simply get impatient and they'll leave, and thus you won't rank as high. Remember, you only have about 7 to 10 seconds to make a good first impression online. I know that's harsh, but that is the reality of the world that we're living in. If it takes more than 12 seconds to load your webpage, chances are you've probably lost a good portion of your visitors. Also, having proper image optimization also helps improve user experience. First of all, mobile users are steadily on the rise. Back in 2015, Google announced that there was more mobile searches than desktop across 10 different countries, including the US and Japan. However, even with all the improvements that have been made with smartphones over the recent years, it still takes us longer to download data to our mobile phones than it does to a desktop computer. And the most important thing to take away from that is that if we know that load page times are critical, and we know that mobile devices take longer for pages to load, then we also should know that image optimization is crucial for both now and the future, because we need to cut down on that load time if we hope to improve how long visitors are staying on our site and thus increasing our rankings, right? Because, by the way, just in case you guys didn't know this, how long someone stays on your website is one of the biggest ranking factors right now. I know that may seem a little counterintuitive to most of you. However, Google's really made a lot of changes over the last year or two, and now they really are ranking sites based on popularity and how much time people are spending on that website. So that's why we have to do everything in our power to make our websites quick, that they're loading really fast, and that there's no reason for people to bounce away. Like if they came for the topic, if they came for us, if we have a social media site and they came to us for social media help, then they should be sticking around for a while and getting the information that they're looking for. And if they're not, we're not doing something right. So proper image optimization creates a lot of opportunities for our businesses, including faster loading times, providing a better user experience, also giving you more opportunities to rank within the search engines for both image and organic web results. Also, images help us convey a message. So good images can really spice up our content and help our readers better understand the message that we're trying to convey. The right image can make that 1,000-word blog post feel a lot more exciting and engaging. And also, adding images to your articles will also help you illustrate your point in a more stimulating way. And as we continue to move forward in this digital age, more and more people like to learn things visually instead of just through text, right? That can get a little boring and dull. So it can also help create a better social experience as well when you're creating social posts. Having really rich, engaging, bright visuals can stimulate people to share more and want to follow you to get more great content like that. And I do recommend that for every 500 words, you add a good quality image to your post, and that'll make it a lot more enjoyable to scan through. And hopefully it will help keep people on your website longer as well. So not only will it make your website more appealing, you'll also improve your overall SEO, and it will lead to more people visiting your site, people staying on your site longer, and getting more social followers as well. So good images are that important. The other thing that I want to note is that good images can help you connect with your audience on an emotional level, which a lot of people I don't think about enough. But at the end of the day, worst case scenario, people still buy from people, right? And so anything that will help you make a closer human connection with your audience is something that will help you lead to a conversion. So if you really want to leave a lasting impression on your audience, you will have to connect with them on some emotional level. They will enjoy liking and commenting on images that are visually and emotionally stimulating, right? So, by nature, people tend to respond better to what they see compared to other forms of stimulation like reading or maybe even just what they're hearing, right? So if your audience is moved by your content, then they'll associate those same sentiments with your brand and thus be inspired to trust you and follow you more closely, right? So those are the real major benefits of image optimization. All right, so now let's dive into actually the elements that make up image SEO. Okay, so these are the things that you will actually be changing in order to optimize your images for the search engine. So first of all, you're going to be optimizing the image file name, which if you don't know, that's basically what you save. You know, when you save a photo or an image to your computer, that's what that is. That's the file name. So that actually matters for SEO, and I am always amazed by this. I use Google image search a lot, so I know kind of what's out there in the marketplace and what's, you know, readily available. And I am always, even high-end, you know, high authority marketing websites, they do not take time to optimize their photos. I'm going to say 7 times out of 10, which is quite a lot. So by utilizing proper image SEO, you will have a heads up out there. I'm not going to say that you're instantly going to be ranking in Google. I make no promises of that. But you definitely will improve your overall SEO a lot. And I can guarantee you that because of so many people not optimizing their photos right now, if you begin doing that, you will begin seeing more visibility, at least within Google's image search results. Also, optimizing the image alt text is very important for SEO as well and showing up in the search engines. Also using captions on appropriate images. Now, we're going to talk more about this later. We're going to go into each one of these elements more in depth, but the captions are important. However, you don't want to add a caption to every single image. And like I said, we'll talk more about why that is later. Also, inserting images near and around related text. A lot of people may not think that that would really matter, but it does, because Google wants to know, okay, does this image, again, they can't really read images very well, like the search engine bots. So they are relying on the image file name and the alt text to really tell them what that image is about. So if you're inserting this, you know, an image in your blog post, you want to have it surrounding whatever certain topic it is that you're currently talking about. So if we're doing like a how-to blog post, and I have a picture of, you know, how to set up social media profiles, I want to make sure that I have the correct photo for each type of social platform. Like, let's say I'm going through Facebook and I'm going through Twitter and Pinterest and Google+. I want to make sure that for each portion of that blog post that I have the appropriate picture, you know, the one for Google+ under the Google+ section of my blog post, right? So that does matter for image SEO. It helps give context to your image and where it belongs on the page and how it interacts with the page. Also, the page URL and domain authority will help you increase your rankings, your image rankings as well. So if you're a blog that's been around for a while and you have some keyword rankings and you have some authority built up, then you're definitely going to be able to increase your image visibility a lot quicker than someone that may be just starting out, they don't have a lot of authority yet, etc. So that is a ranking factor for image SEO as well. Also, does the image match your page topic? That should go without saying. We really shouldn't have any unrelated images inside of a page or a blog post, but I just wanted to make mention of that because that is important. Also, is the image popular and does it get a lot of user engagement? This is another one that a lot of people may not think about. However, one unique thing that is different about image SEO versus regular SEO for text is that normally we know that Google does not look favorably upon duplicate content, especially when it comes to text, right? However, for images, that's not really the case. We can actually get away with using images that other people have used, especially if they are popular and we know that they've got a lot of engagement on them, you know, things like memes, right? So what matters most to Google right now is engagement. So if you could use the exact same picture that another website has, it could be popular, it could be posted all around the web. However, now Google's able to see where the original came from, but what they really care about is which image is getting the most engagement. Because let's say, for example, like I said before, if you have an image that's been posted all over the web, it's super popular, but your image and that particular blog post on your website gets a ton of traffic and a ton of visibility, guess what? Google is going to start ranking your image higher in their search results because you're the most popular one getting all the traffic. So how popular that image is and how engaging or how engaged people are with that image makes a big difference on how well you will rank. Optimizing the file sizes and dimensions, that also is very important. This is mostly important for the responsiveness, between desktop users and mobile users. So we want to make sure that the image sizes that we have are going to be appropriate for each type of user. Remember, there's more mobile users now than there are desktop. However, I can say I know this for a fact that their desktop users actually have higher click-through rates and higher conversion rates than mobile users do. So we don't simply want to optimize our websites just for mobile users and forget the desktop, because desktop users are typically the ones that end up buying the most. So the way that a lot of usability goes, I think how this ends up working a lot is people go to their phones to check things throughout the day. They go check their email, they check what's going on social media. However, when it comes to a buying decision, they end up going to a desktop or a laptop computer to do more research so that it's a larger screen, they have more information in front of them, they can make better quality decisions. So that's why conversion rates tend to be higher on desktop. Now, like I said, we need to make sure that each side, both desktop and mobile users, are having a good user experience. So that means that we need our images to be responsive, which means that they will change the sizes or the dimensions depending on who is viewing the site. Now, if you are using a WordPress website, WordPress takes care of this for you for the most part. Whenever you upload an image to WordPress, it will make copies of the image and it will make different sizes. Like it'll make like 7 different sizes so that it can display the appropriate size for whatever user is viewing your site. The thing that isn't automatically optimized is the file sizes, and later in this course I'm going to actually show you how to compress those file sizes so that it reduces our site speed so that your site isn't bloated and takes forever to load. Also, like I said before, mobile-friendly images. I'm not going to cover that again. I feel like I talked about that well enough. But finally, image sitemaps for optimal indexing. So basically, WordPress, if you use WordPress pretty much takes care of this for you for the most part. If you have images that are within your blog posts or your pages, those will automatically be included in your pages and post sitemaps. However, if you have extra images around on your website that you want indexed, or you have an e-commerce based website, then you might want to go to the extra effort of creating an image sitemap so that you're making sure that Google's getting absolutely all the images on your website and those are getting properly indexed the way they should so that you're showing up in the image results. So who actually needs image optimization? Well, in case I haven't convinced you already, there are a few more good reasons why image SEO can be beneficial to your business. So first of all, anyone who visually sells their products or services, image SEO is a must-have. Now, so the short answer is that everyone needs image SEO, but the question is just how profitable will it be for your business? That will really depend on your business and the market that you're in. So for example, if you're a business where you visually sell your products or services, then you definitely have to have image optimization, like with decorators, interior designers, remodelers, hotels, real estate, things like that. Or if you're in markets like, crafting or do-it-yourself projects, jewelry, cooking, beauty, skincare, hair care, fitness, fashion, or even like the automotive industry, or even sometimes healthcare. So if you're in one of those markets, then optimizing your images and taking inventory of that is definitely going to be important for you. Also, image optimization is a must for people that are doing link building, or if you're an image licensor, or anyone that wants optimal SEO. So that's really essential if you create any content that's been designed to earn links. You know, if you're creating long blog posts or long articles, or you're doing case studies, or you write reviews, or you write how-to posts, or you have lots of graphs and infographics or event photos, then you definitely want to take the time to go ahead and optimize all of those assets so that you're increasing your visibility. Or, you know, if you license visual content, like if you're a photographer, or you're an illustrator, or an artist, or you have a stock photo gallery or something like that, then proper image optimization for your images will definitely be necessary for you to achieve your desired level of traction online. Also, if image packs are popular in your market, then image optimization is a must-have for you as well. So one way that you can check this, we're going to do a live demo later on in this course, but simply you're just going to go into Google. You can type in one of your main keywords or market or industry, for example, like cosmetic dentist or cosmetic dentist Tampa or something like that. And you're simply going to examine the search results. So for markets that sell goods and services visually, Google is beginning to automatically show images in the SERPs where there's a high search demand. And you may be surprised at some of the markets that actually come up with images. Now, again, this isn't a foolproof method. You know, if you don't have image packets that show up in your market, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't go through with image optimization. For example, salons and spas probably won't end up having image packs displayed in the SERP results. They'll probably end up having more map results showed for those things. But it can still be extremely advantageous for a business like salons or spas to use image SEO, because by taking pictures of their establishments and their finished work, they can definitely win over more website visitors, social followers, and clients that want to see pictures of the work that they've done, right? Not to mention that it'll also increase their visibility online as well. So that's really why, you know, image optimization is important, and those are the main people that you can't skip over image optimization if you're in one of these categories. You know, if you visually sell products or services, if you are an image licensor, or you're a link builder, or anyone that's really concerned with their SEO, or if you have image packets that are within your market, then you need to be you need to be more aware of your images and your optimization. Okay, in this short video, let's just talk about what some of the different types of images or visuals that you guys could use inside of your content, or, you know, in social media, or your blogs, or your website, or your marketing, whatever it may be, right? All these different types of images that you guys can use. So first of all, yes, there's photos. That's one of the most popular types, right? But if you don't have photos, or you don't have a good digital camera or whatever, you can also use enhanced stock photos. Or you can use premium stock photos as well. Or there's infographics that you guys can create. There's also illustrations and drawings that you guys can make. There's mind maps. There's screenshots. There's GIFs that you can use. There's typography. There's slides even. So there's all kinds of different images that are available to be created and used. So, and I do recommend that you guys use a variety of different images and visuals, because let's say that you wanted to start doing something like every Thursday you do a particular video, like a short little video, and you upload that to social media. Well, maybe a part of that video is you creating a mind map, or you creating some kind of a drawing, you know, and writing out tips for people, or I don't know, it could be anything. But I do recommend that you use a different variety, because that way, you know, if you do want to use like original photos, that could be great for your blog, and you could use that as a featured image. Or maybe you're in e-commerce, and so you have lots of products. Taking your own unique photos gives you an asset. That's an asset to your website. And when you're creating different kinds of visuals, they can serve different purposes. You can draw out, like I have here, like on a whiteboard style type of thing, or a drawing board, or whatever it may be. And that could just be, written text, just like I have in front of you. But this could also be, you could take a screenshot of it, and it could make, it could be a picture that you insert into a blog post. So there's a lot of different ways that you guys can use all these types of visuals and images. That's why it's good to use a varying variety of different types, so that way they can be used for a number of different things. Also, a good reason to use a variety of different types of images is because you're going to attract different types of people based on whatever the image is. So, when maybe let's say someone is searching inside of Google Images and they are looking for social media tips. Well, if they were looking for social media tips, then a good type of visual might be a whiteboard style, writing out the tips like this, or maybe on a whiteboard, right? Or maybe another type of graphic design software, or something where you're able to draw things out and write things out. That could be very beneficial and helpful. And maybe someone would want to go ahead and use that visual inside of their blog post, and they could reach out to you and go, hey, I really liked your image for this. Could I use this inside of my blog post? That's one way. GIFs are really good for gathering, capturing attention. So I like to use GIFs at like the top of a blog post when I'm trying to reel in my reader, right? So there's different ways and there's different purposes behind all of these things. For mind maps, maybe you're trying to give someone an overview of, maybe it's a certain type of marketing and you want to show them how it links to other types of marketing. So that would be a good way to give people overviews of large concepts, and then you could break it down into smaller concepts. Infographics are awesome, and they work really well for social media, because on social media, people like to be visually stimulated. They don't really like to sit there and read a bunch of text. So, showing your message and the points that you're trying to convey is a lot more powerful than just telling them through text or having them read. So infographics is like that sweet balance between pictures and written information, and that does really well on social. It's also a really great idea too for smaller types of lead magnets, for if you want to do like a really long infographic, and maybe you're giving the top 10 ranking factors of 2018, right? That would be a good little way to, you could either lock your content and have people social share to unlock that and be able to get access to it, or you could have them sign up for your newsletter, or become a subscriber, and then they can download that as like a PDF or something. That works really well too for infographics. So there's a lot of different ways that you guys can use all these things. Screenshots are really good when you're doing like a how-to post or a tutorial, or you're showing someone like how to do something. So I really like to use screenshots or screen captures for those particular things. And then typography type images are just good if you need some filler and you need a quick image and you want to just be able to insert something quickly. Or they're also really good if you want to break down a concept and kind of give other ideas that may be related to that particular topic. So for example, let's say that you want to make like a typography like word cloud, and those are really cool because it associates other topics and ideas together with whatever you're discussing. So for example, like social media, maybe some other words that would be closely related would be things like blogging or vlogging or video marketing or SEO or image optimization, right? So those could all be other surrounding smaller words that you include around social media marketing. So there's a bunch of different ways that you guys can use these things. Also, slides can be used, let's say that you did a big presentation for a course that you just created, or maybe for your company or something, then go ahead and upload those slides to a place like SlideShare, and make sure that you brand those slides as well, like with your website. So that way people know exactly where this came from, and they know where they can go to get more information on whatever the topic may be. So I hope this has been helpful for you guys. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of all the different types of visuals that you can create and how you can go about using them. Okay, in this short video, let's just talk about what some of the different types of images or visuals that you guys could use inside of your content, or in social media, or your blogs, or your website, or your marketing, whatever it may be, right? All these different types of images that you guys can use. So first of all, yes, there's photos. That's one of the most popular types, right? But if you don't have photos, or you don't have a good digital camera or whatever, you can also use enhanced stock photos, or you can use premium stock photos as well. Or there's infographics that you guys can create. There's also illustrations and drawings that you guys can make. There's mind maps. There's screenshots, there's GIFs that you can use, there's typography, there's slides even. So there's all kinds of different images that are available to be created and used. And I do recommend that you guys use a variety of different images and visuals, because let's say that you wanted to start doing something like every Thursday you do a particular video, like a short little video, and you upload that to social media. Well, maybe a part of that video is you creating a mind map, or you creating some kind of a drawing, and writing out tips for people, or I don't know, it could be anything. But I do recommend that you use a different variety, because that way, if you do want to use like original photos, that could be great for your blog, and you could use that as a featured image, or maybe you're in e-commerce, and so you have lots of products. Taking your own unique photos gives you an asset. That's an asset to your website. And when you're creating different kinds of visuals, they can serve different purposes. You can draw out, like I have here, like on a whiteboard style type of thing, or a drawing board, or whatever it may be. And that could just be, written text, just like I have in front of you. But this could also be, you could take a screenshot of it, and it could make, it could be a picture that you insert into a blog post. So there's a lot of different ways that you guys can use all these types of visuals and images. That's why it's good to use a varying variety of different types, so that way they can be used for a number of different things. Also, a good reason to use a variety of different types of images is because you're going to attract different types of people based on whatever the image is. So, when maybe let's say someone is searching inside of Google Images, and they are looking for social media tips. Well, if they were looking for social media tips, then a good type of visual might be a whiteboard style, writing out the tips like this, or maybe on a whiteboard, right? Or maybe another type of graphic design software, or something where you're able to draw things out and write things out. That could be very beneficial and helpful. And maybe someone would want to go ahead and use that visual inside of their blog post, and they could reach out to you and go, hey, I really liked your image for this, could I use this inside of my blog post? That's one way. GIFs are really good for gathering, capturing attention. So I like to use GIFs at like the top of a blog post when I'm trying to reel in my reader, right? So there's different ways and there's different purposes behind all of these things. For mind maps, maybe you're trying to give someone an overview of, maybe it's a certain type of marketing, and you want to show them how it links to other types of marketing. So that would be a good way to give people overviews of large concepts, and then you could break it down into smaller concepts. Infographics are awesome, and they work really well for social media, because on social media, people like to be visually stimulated. They don't really like to sit there and read a bunch of text. So, showing your message and the points that you're trying to convey is a lot more powerful than just telling them through text or having them read. So infographics is like that sweet balance between pictures and written information, and that does really well on social. It's also a really great idea too for smaller like types of lead magnets for, you know, if you want to do like a really long infographic and maybe you're giving like, oh, the top 10 ranking factors of 2018, right? That would be a good little way to, you know, you could either lock your content and have people social share to unlock that and be able to get access to it, or you could have them sign up for your newsletter or, you know, become a subscriber and then they can download that as like a PDF or something. That works really well too for infographics. So there's a lot of different ways that you guys can use all these things. Screenshots are really good when you're doing like a how-to post or a tutorial, or you're showing someone like how to do something. So I really like to use screenshots or screen captures for those particular things. And then, you know, typography type images are just good if you need some filler and you need a quick image and you want to just be able to insert something quickly. Or they're also really good if you want to break down a concept and kind of give other ideas that may be related to that particular topic. So for example, let's say that you want to make like a typography like word cloud, and those are really cool because it associates other topics and ideas together with whatever you're discussing. So for example, like social media, maybe some other words that would be closely related would be things like blogging or vlogging or video marketing or SEO or image optimization, right? So those could all be other surrounding smaller words that you include around social media marketing. So there's a bunch of different ways that you guys can use these things. Also, slides can be used, you know, let's say that you did a big presentation for a course that you just created, or maybe for your company or something, then go ahead and upload those slides to a place like SlideShare, and make sure that you brand those slides as well, like with your website. So that way people know exactly where this came from and they know where they can go to get more information on whatever the topic may be. So I hope this has been helpful for you guys. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of all the different types of visuals that you can create and how you can go about using them. Okay, so in this brief video, I'm just going to be quickly showing you how you could go about finding some image opportunities. So we're here in Google Keyword Planner. That's where I like to begin most of my keyword research, if you haven't been able to tell by now. So let's say that we wanted to work within the e-commerce niche. Let's think of some things that may induce images. So, and if you're totally lost and you're not sure, you could always go to Google, type in some things. So let's just do that real quick, because I wanted to show you guys this anyway. And you guys may be surprised. Here's one quick thing that I'm going to show you. So if you type in something like wine glasses, and you could expect this, like wine glasses, yeah, it's a product, probably gonna get some images to show up, right? And sure enough, we do for the most part, because you have these shopping results over here, which are visual, you know? So that is one good thing. And also we have images down here, closer to the bottom. So this is what I'm talking about when I say image packs. When you have images show up within a particular search, this means that, you know, if you type in your market or whatever niche that you're in and you see image results show up on this page, that means that you need to be focused on image optimization, because you could be showing up in these results here, which means you could be getting more traffic to your site. So that's why that's important. Okay, now, sure, wine glasses, that's kind of an e-commerce sort of product, right? Now, another thing that you might be surprised about, let's type in something like, I don't know, door locks. Check it out. We got all kinds of shopping results over here, and look at that. Even down here, images for door locks. Something that I would have never thought would have been something that would have popped, like, I don't know, door locks. Like, it's just pretty standard. I wouldn't have thought that people would have really been seeking images for that. But obviously they are, because we know that Google only shows these image results for high demand markets or niches. So something to keep in mind, right? So even for things that may surprise you, right? Markets that may surprise you, like that one really surprised me, and I was like, I gotta show them that, because this is why we need to come in here and do a little bit more research to know, oh, hey, my market is here. I need to make sure that I'm showing up for these things here. Let's just click in here real quick. So here's like one of the first results. It's Home Depot. Here's another one for Walmart. Here's one that looks like sort of a blog. Now now this one is optimized. That's an optimized image. Also an optimized image. Consumer Report, that's probably also optimized. So they're doing a good job. Redirect. So we're not able to see that one. All I'm really looking for right now is how many of these top results were optimized and how many aren't. If it's from a big supplier like Home Depot or maybe even AliExpress, I'm not real sure about that one. Like Home Depot will definitely be, Walmart would definitely probably be optimized. All of these bigger retailers. Amazon's probably going to be optimized. eBay. So let's check these out. Let's see. Okay, so kind of optimized. Yeah, long tail. Also, no optimization for this one. Secure Penguin. No alt text. Kind of optimized. Yeah, we'll call that optimized enough. And no optimization here. So, as you guys can see, out of what, 10, 12 results, like we got right here, basically. So we've gotten, yeah, pretty much three lines in, and then it kind of stops being optimized. So, as you guys can see, the competition or your opportunities to be able to rank within image searches is very high right now. That's why I was very surprised, like this is still an underutilized SEO method, because you know, sure, all these results up here were optimized, but we only got to like right here, and now probably a lot of these results down here are not going to be as optimized. Now that's not to say that all of them won't, like Lowe's, Amazon, those probably will be, but chances are, you know, that we're going to be experiencing a lot less optimization from here. We can even do a few more searches if you want. Let's just dive in real quick. I'm not going to go too much. Okay, so that one is, well, okay, that one is, but not very well, just door lock. And then that one has some longer text to it. So there's definitely an opportunity here still, because as you guys can see, like some aren't. A lot of it has to do with, you know, the domain authority of these websites where it's coming from, but there is still a lot of opportunity here. And especially when, you know, you have something that's even more visually stimulating, then you have a lot more even opportunities to have a bunch of images, optimize for those images, and then show up well within these image search results. Alright, so now let's actually dive into each one of the image SEO ranking factors. So we kind of touched on this already. Basically, the elements of image SEO is, you know, that's what the ranking factors are. But let's dive into it a little bit more in depth. So I'm here on my blog. I'm going to be demonstrating each portion in a separate video just to make things easy for you guys. So first of all is the image file name, and image SEO first begins with the image's file name, because that's where, you know, when you first find an image or you take an image or you download an image, the first thing that you're ever going to be doing is naming it, right? And then saving it to your computer. So that's why it's the very first step. Now, I'm going to come in here into my media, and you guys can take a look. The great thing about WordPress is that whatever your file name is, so if you've taken the time to properly optimize the file name and taken the time to create a good let's just say a good file name, then it's just automatically, that's going to be the title here, the alt image title. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about this later, but it really doesn't hold too much SEO weight. That's the only thing that you really need to know. But this will automatically be inserted for you if you're using WordPress. Then all I do is, if it's properly optimized, you don't have to do anything else. So all you have to do is copy and paste and put it down here into the alt text section. And this can be, the same. So also up here, you'll see that this is happens to be a PNG file, and I saved it with a optimized title right off the bat. Now, at any time, you can always go in, edit the image. You could, here's where you would say if you want it, where you want it aligned, if you want it to link to something, what size you want it inside of your post, and then you would simply hit insert post, and then that's how that would work. Now, you want to think about it like this. When you're naming your images, you want Google to know what the image is about without even looking at it. So you want to be pretty descriptive, right? And this is easy because if your image is like a busy morning in New York City with the Empire State Building in front and center, then the file name should probably be like Empire State Building, NYC, sunrise, right? It shouldn't be like DSC 5367 JPEG. So you see what I'm saying? Like, you should definitely have a well optimized file name so that even without anyone being able to see the image, they already know what the image is going to be about. All right, so up next is the alt text, and the alt text is added to an image so that there will be a descriptive text when an image can't be displayed to visitors for whatever reason. And I think Wikipedia really puts it best. They said, in situations where the image is not available to the reader, perhaps because they turned off images in their web browser, or they're using a screen reader due to a visual impairment, the alternative text ensures that no information or functionality is lost. So that's really helpful, right? Especially to people that may just have disabled their images or whatever. In the SEO world, outside of just usability, it also serves to describe the image to the search engine crawlers, because remember, they don't have that technology yet to be able to see and read what an image contains. They just know that there's an image there. So the image alt text helps our images to show up in Google's web and image search results as well, because now it's optimized properly and they know where to put it and what it has to do with and what it relates to. And I think a lot of people forget that. I think and even a lot of marketers out there, I think they assume that Google can read their images and that they know what the image is about, and so they don't take the time to optimize it. But if you do, it's going to really improve your visibility a lot. And so real quickly, let's just go into an image here. So here's our alt text or alternative text, and some rules for the best results when it comes to alt tags is basically you want to write your image alt text in plain English, just like you would for your image file names. If you happen to be selling products that have model numbers or serial numbers, you can also use them inside of this alt text. And typically I like to put whatever the main focus keyword is, try to put that at the front of the text here. And then, say you had a model number or something, you could pop that in the back end right here, like that. So that's another great way you can go about using that. And definitely, if you're selling any kind of like brand name products, definitely include the brand name as well. That's going to be important for branding and for you coming up when other people type those things into Google's image search or even just the web results. Also, do not keyword stuff. Keyword stuffing is long dead anyway. It's not going to help you rank any better by doing it. Now, you can definitely use long-term keyword phrases. That's encouraged. But you don't want to keyword stuff. You don't want to try and fit in a ton of different keywords inside of your alt text here. You don't want to add the same keyword over and over again. You know, for example, like one might be, oh, let me just write one out for you so you know an example. So an example of keyword stuffing might be like best protein powder, buy protein powder, organic protein powder. You know what I'm saying? Like just going on and on and on. You don't want to do that. You want to make it readable. You want to, because people are going to be reading this at some point. And if not, then at least Google's search engine crawlers are going to be reading it. And they're basically like a human would be reading it. So you want to just write it the way that you would read it. Also, I don't recommend using alt text for decorative images or just small little images around. Chances are that Google may penalize you for over optimization. Like if it's, for example, things like icons. If you have icons on your website or you have them in your media library for something that you've used on your website, there's no reason to go and optimize those things. That would be considered over optimization if you went ahead and began putting keywords into some of those things. So I don't recommend that. If you can't resist, then at least optimize, you know, if you, like I have in this blog post, I have like 6 different images here. Now, I have not used the focus keyword over and over and over again. I've used different terms just based on whatever the particular image is about. So for this one, I named it Niche Research Sweet Spot. And niche research is my focus keyword for this blog post, but I see this one I just named niche marketing. You know, I didn't name it niche research da 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 da. I could have done benefits of niche research or something like that, but I wanted to stick more closely to what the actual image was than trying to make it fit with my focus keyword. Because again, when people type in niche marketing in the search engines, my image might come up, right? So I wanted to keep it relevant to whatever the topic is displaying, or the image is displaying here. So here, like I didn't even include a focus keyword in this one. I have target audience, which is a keyword, but it's not my focus keyword for this particular blog post. But I think it represents the image well. And, you know, I could have named it Find Niche Keywords or Find Niche Market Keywords. You know, I could have done that. And I still could if I wanted to, but I'm not going to for now. I'm going to leave it as is because I don't want, because I've down here, I've named these other things. I've named digital marketing PPC competition. Here, finding market demand within Google Planner. Now, I think I will optimize this one just a little bit because why not put niche market, right? But look at how many keywords I'm using. I'm making this a really long-term keyword phrase, if you will, right? So that's a good thing to do, is, you know, having them like 4, 5, 6 words long is totally okay. Also, one last little tidbit I will give you here is you want to make the most of all of your image angles. So if you sell products on your website, then it's really popular to display, you know, multiple angles of a product. Like, let's say that you were selling clothing online. You wouldn't want to just show one angle of the clothes. You wouldn't want to just show the front. You would want to show the back, and maybe even have models try on the clothes so that you can take side shots as well, right? So the best way to make the most of each of these extra photo assets would be to optimize the alt text and to create a unique one for each one of the shots of your product. So a few examples of that would be something like You know, let's say that you're selling like an iPhone. Now, we could do like file name. The file name could be 2018 rose gold iPhone X front view, right? And then it'll be like JPEG or something. So that could be our file name, and then simply our alt text would be the exact same thing without the spaces or the little dashes. So that minus all these little things, and now we have a well-optimized file name and alt text that will be, you know, unique to what angle it is. So, you know, we could do this with rear view, right? We could do right side view or side view right, right? However you want to do it. So I just wanted to give you that as an example because, yeah, a lot of you are in the e-commerce industry, so you're going to have all kinds of different products that you can optimize your photos for, and you don't want to leave out, you know, missing these opportunities just because you're not sure of how to optimize the file name or the alt text. So that's a really easy way to go about doing that. Let me see. Basically, the whole point of this, of optimizing your file names and alt text, is to be so descriptive that you boost your visibility in the search engines, and also that searchers will potentially visit your website based on your optimizations. You know, having this be optimized for digital marketing, what was it here? Digital marketing growth Google Trends, right? So if someone types in digital marketing growth or they type in Google Trends, this particular image might come up, and I might be getting more website visitors based on my optimization. And that's the whole point of what we're trying to achieve. So what is an image's title text? Well, we've talked about this just a little bit already. So basically, it's the thing, you know, if you hover over an image, you'll see the alt text come up, or you'll see the title image come up. This is basically what that is all about. Basically, how this happens is if we click in here, we go here, and you see this image title attribute. That's what that is. If we removed this, when we hovered over an image, nothing would show up. It would just be plain. However, now that we have this here, whenever someone hovers over, it'll display that, which actually does increase the usability just a little bit because it explains a little bit more about what the pictures is. Now, if we didn't optimize this properly and we didn't have anything, you know, to show, then nothing would come up here. But this is also good if people have disabled their images, then this will show up, and so that helps with usability basically. And you can, to form this, we just copy and paste whatever the alt text is, like I showed you guys before. So very easy, very simple, easy. Now, here's the thing about the image title text. It does not help with SEO. It is not an SEO factor. I did want to touch on it because a lot of people think, oh, if I optimize this, it's going to help even more. Well, not when it comes to the image title attribute or the image title text. It can be helpful and it's good for providing information, but it doesn't give us any SEO juice at all. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about captions. Now, this is one image optimization tip that I used to use. I stopped using it for a while, and I've started using it again. Because honestly, for a long time, I didn't think that captions really did anything, but it actually is partially a ranking factor, and it can help when done appropriately. So a caption, just so you guys know, it's the text that occurs right underneath an image. And sometimes it's in a gray box. If you're in WordPress, it just kind of shows up like this, like a little smaller plain text. And the reason that captions are important for SEO is basically adding captions adds more text to a page for the search engines to index. And not only that, but people also use that text when scanning articles. And remember that most people are often going to be scanning your articles versus actually reading them word for word. So that's why it can be important. Now, notice that while I have properly optimized my image with good alt text and an image title, I did not include a keyword or my focus keyword inside the captions because it felt a little overboard to do that. Now, that's not to say that it's wrong. I could have easily said, click here to enroll now in my niche research course for just $10, right? I could have done that. But I just decided not to for this particular one because I felt like I had already optimized a lot of other things on this page and I didn't want to over optimize. But by all means, if you're going to add a caption, then go ahead and pop in your focus keyword. Just try to add some other text. Don't just add in niche market or niche research or whatever the focus keyword is. You want to make it readable, add some value there, right? So another thing to note is that no, you shouldn't add a caption to every image. That would be a little redundant, and Google would probably see it as being over optimization. As a general rule, if the visitor would think that it makes sense to have a caption there, then by all means add one. Otherwise, if it doesn't really make sense to have, like for some of these down here, like I could have added a caption for that one, I suppose. But like this really doesn't demand a caption. There's nothing really to say about this particular image, right? It's very general, generic. It's just there to add some color and, give some interesting visuals to the page. So you just want to add captions to things that need a little bit more explaining, or if you want to add a fun little note or some kind of tidbit to the audience. Basically though, yeah, you don't want to just add captions for the sake of SEO. You want to add captions to help your visitors better understand the image or to better understand your content on the page. Okay, so you've got your image for your article, you've named it with your focus keyword in it. Hopefully you've already gotten your plugins installed that will compress your images or resize them appropriately, and now you're ready to add your images to your post. So before you slap that baby in any old place, keep in mind that placing the image near related text inside your article is going to be much better for SEO and for readers as well. So for example, over here I'm displaying the niche research sweet spot, and instead of placing this at like the top of the article where I'm not talking about that, I have it down here right beside. So how can you find your sweet spot niche or niche sweet spot, right? So this is related to what this image over here is talking about. Also down here, a better one would be like this one here. So here I'm showing like analyzing the competition and showing them, how to pick out the ads from the results in Google. And I did actually caption this photo as well. But also, just the main thing to take away here is that I'm placing all of these images, just like down here. Google Images is great for niche research. And then I have this, finding niche market demand with Google Keyword Planner. So it's very related, right? And I could have even added like Google Keyword Planner is great for niche research. I probably should reword that slightly differently. There we go. So now it's close to related text, and I'm talking a little bit more about it down here. Sorry, I'm just finding a few mistakes to correct. But basically, that's what you want to do, right? You just want to have your images surrounded or close to text that is related to whatever you're displaying here. So, very simple, very straightforward. There's really not much to say about that. Just make sure that whenever you're inserting images, make sure it's surrounded by or close to text that is related to that image. Okay, so when it comes to, right before you're about to compress your images or decide if you even need any resizing, first come here to, this is basically Google's mobile-friendly site test. You're just going to plug in your website here. It'll bring up a list of things like whether your site is mobile friendly or not. It should also bring up the site speed. Sometimes the site speed doesn't work, so you may need to go to their other tool to check that. But you could also go to MobiReady as well. Pop in your website right here, and it'll give you a list of things, whether your website is good to go for mobile or if there's a few factors that need to be changed or updated. So both of these tools are really good. I think MobiReady is even sometimes better than Google's tool because it gives you a list of different things that you can go ahead and change or update if needed. And then to go ahead and check your website speed, you would simply come here. I'm going to have all of these links in the resources for you guys, so no need to frantically write them down or anything like that. So then you just come here, pop in your website URL inside the page speed test, and then it'll give you that feedback, whether you're under that 7-second mark or whether 10 seconds, or whether you're over that mark, and then if you are, then you'll need to debloat your site, remove any unused plugins that you're not using, go ahead and compress all of your image sizes so that reduces your data on your site and the load time. So those are just a few ways. These are, this whole thing that we're talking about right now, this is like a preliminary before you get started on compressing those images and deciding whether you need to resize them or not. So simply come here, do a mobile site test, do a speed test, and then you'll know where you're kind of at, and then go ahead, do those optimizations, and then you could even come back here again and do another speed test to make sure that that compression reduced your site speed enough. And like I said, if it didn't, then go ahead, remove any plugins or anything like that that you're not using, because that does bloat your site even if they're not activated. So just keep that in mind. And one last tool that you could use if you needed to is GT metrics. This helps know how fast your site is loading and whether or not it's properly mobile optimized. But like I said before, I'm going to have all these resources for you guys in the resources section of this video. So simply check that out, go through all those steps, and then you will be ready to do the image compression. So one question that you guys might have is basically like, how large should my image files be, right? Well, you can reduce the file size of the images using the compression tool that we just went through, Image Optimizer, and you could resize all of your images to a certain dimension if you wanted to do that. You could also use tools like PicMonkey or ImageOptim or JPEG Mini. There's a lot of different resizing tools out there. I'll give you a list of them in the resources. But basically, I like to use Image Optimizer the most because for me that takes care of 99% of all my needs. However, I'm not an e-commerce site or anything that has like thousands of images. So a good rule of thumb, especially for e-commerce images, is to try to keep your image file size below 70 kilobytes. So that's just a good rule of thumb. Thumbnails are also great, but be careful because they can be a silent killer to your page load times, because usually presented in like during a critical step during a shopping process. So holding up your customers from being able to browse and have a good user experience can cut down on your conversion rates as well. So you do need to be careful with that. But Shopify users don't have to worry about thumbnail optimization because they already take care of that for you. That's already inbuilt inside the platform. So you don't have to worry about that if you are a Shopify user. And WordPress does their best to take care of that as well by allowing you to show your thumbnails at a certain dimension. Now, you can make your thumbnail sizes as small. You want to try and make them as small as possible. It may be worth letting quality go just a little bit in favor of having smaller file sizes, because that will speed up everything, right? And that's very important, because again, remember this, if you don't even have people that are getting to your website, it doesn't really matter how good of quality your images are, right? So we first need to get people to our website by lowering our load times, and then once we're getting enough traffic and we have more people visiting our sites and our bounce rates are lower, then we can worry about increasing the quality of our images. Although you might not even have to worry about that, because a lot of times with the tech that we have now and the tools that we have and the lossy data compression, there isn't as much of a loss of quality as there used to be in past years. Also, you want to vary your alt text as much as possible so that you're not duplicating the text that you would use for larger images. So this is important, especially if you are an e-commerce site and you have thumbnails that are smaller versions of larger photos that you have that you want to display maybe on a product page or something. So just keep that in mind, and you can use the little trick that I showed you before, where if you have different angles of products or something, you know, put rear view, front view. You could also do, you know, thumbnail, right, as another qualifier or another way to differentiate your alt texts between your larger images and your thumbnail images. And the last thing that you want to keep in mind is that for those of you that use image galleries, you definitely want to use a plugin that will help reduce your page load times, because having a lot of images on one page can really slow down things a lot. So one of my favorite plugins for that would be Envira Gallery WordPress plugin. That's the main one I would recommend. There's a lot of them out there, but that one seems to get a lot of great reviews and is updated often. So that's one I would recommend. Okay, so a few quick notes about ImageOptim, and this is a really great thing to use, is basically it will help you reduce your image file sizes. It will also help you remove all that invisible junk, the metadata that is included with photos that are taken from digital cameras. So, you know, that EXIF metadata, that will remove that. And basically it will seamlessly combine, you know, all of your image optimization tools, or it's basically like if you combine all of those image optimization tools into one. So that's why I like ImageOptim. And it also works with Mac as well. So if you're an Apple user, that will work well for you as well. And it's a very simple interface. It's simply drag and drop. So there's no even button clicks to even worry about. You simply drag all your files that you want to optimize into their little window, just like this. And then it'll take care of everything else. It'll strip the EXIF data, and you'll get the smallest file sizes possible. So it's pretty cool. I enjoy it. Now, it will be as cautious as possible so that it preserves all of your image quality, and that's why I like this service, and it does a good job. Now, some of the commonly asked questions that people have, like, well, how does it compare to Tiny PNG or Moz JPEG or Gazelle here? Well, you can get the same or better compression if you enable lossy minification, which basically means that you're going to get the best quality with the lowest or the smallest possible file size, which is what we're looking for. Also, someone asked, can I keep embedded copyright and camera information? Yes. In order to do that, you would simply uncheck the strip JPEG metadata. But if you do want to remove all that EXIF data, which may have geolocation information inside of it, which is why you would want to remove it in the first place, then go ahead and leave that checked so that it will strip that metadata for you. Also, someone said it's slow on PNG files. How can I make it faster? Inside the preferences where it says PNG out and Zoplify, these tools will make optimization run quicker, but it will be a bit less effective. So you would just, if you wanted to make it go faster for your PNG files, you would simply uncheck these two things right here. But otherwise, leave it as it is in the default. And then someone asked if ImageOptim will be in the App Store, and no, that you cannot buy this in the App Store. So this is just on its own website. I think, yeah, they have Windows and Linux available as well in older versions of Mac. So all types of users can use ImageOptim, and it's very user-friendly. Okay, so now we're going to dive into image dimensions and sizes and how that kind of plays a part in everything that we're talking about. So basically, site load times are important for SEO and for usability. When a site loads fast, it's indexed faster, and it's also easier to browse the site. Images have a large impact on our website's load speeds. This is especially true when you have large images on your site, but then you display them at really small dimensions. So for example, if you have a 2000 by 1000 pixel image, but you're only showing it at 200 by 100 pixels, the entire image size still has to load even if you're displaying it at that smaller size. So that could really be creating a lot of bloat on your website and slowing things down. So for best results, we want to scale the image to whatever size that we want to display it at. WordPress helps make this a lot easier by offering the image in different sizes after we upload it. Also, if we wanted to adjust that very quickly, we can use their default settings right here. So they have their thumbnail sizes, you have your medium size, you have your full size, whatever the full size image is, and then you have a custom size where you can put in your custom dimensions right here. So that's one way that you can make that really easy for yourself by doing that. But the main thing, the thing that doesn't occur automatically through WordPress is the compression. So compressing that file size, we still need to do that so that it reduces our site load time. So the way that we would go about doing that is through a plugin. You can either use Smush Image Optimizer, or also Image Optimizer. That's the one I'm going to be showing you here today. That's what I have installed. I've used both though. I've used Smush and I've used and they both work equally well. So over here, I'm inside Image Optimizer in the settings, and there's just a couple of things that you're going to want to change. So first of all, we're here in the basic settings tab. You could go ahead and insert a cloud optimization API key, but you will have to purchase that. It does improve the experience a wee bit, but again, that comes at a cost. But however, it's not a make it or break it. I use this for free and I don't have any issues. So the first thing that you're going to want to go ahead and change is you're going to want to click this box where it says remove metadata. Now don't freak out. This has nothing to do with your SEO metadata. Your image alt text and your image titles are still going to be there. That has nothing to do with this. What this is talking about is your EXIF data that's within your image, that's hidden within your images. A lot, and we're going to talk about this more later, but basically with every picture that you take, like let's say that you're doing all your own photography and you're taking all of your own images, or maybe even you're getting real photographs from someone else. With every photograph that you take, there is metadata that is stored inside those photos. That's what we're talking about removing right here. And that actually does create a lot of bloat if we leave that in there. There's also other reasons for privacy's sake of why we want to go ahead and remove some of this data. So I like to check this box, remove all metadata. I like to leave these settings right here, just simply lossless compression. You could go ahead and change it to maximum, but the reason I don't do that is because you could actually see some deterioration in the quality of the image. So I'm just going to keep it default exactly what it is. Going to go ahead and save those changes and then go over here to advanced settings. The JPEG quality level should be about an 85. You could go up to 95 if you wanted to. Nothing else here. I don't change any of these other settings here. The thing that you could go ahead and do if you wanted to is you could insert a separate folder on your computer that you wanted to optimize that's not already uploaded to your media file or your media library. So that's one little cool feature that they have here. Go ahead and click save, and then we're going to go over to resize settings. I don't actually change anything in this tab. I leave everything as is. If you know that you want to resize your images to a certain dimension all across the board, you can do that right here, and that'll automatically resize everything for you. When it comes to, these are like disabling resizes. I don't worry about this at all. I don't use really any of these things, so you can just leave that as it is. Now, over here in the conversion settings tab, we do have a few things that we're going to change. I like to delete the originals because this could keep your site bloated if you don't remove those original images, right? It's like it's like going on a diet, but you don't remove any of the junk food from your house. You just buy a whole bunch of health food. So now you have the junk food and the health food. So what we want to do here is we want to remove the junk images that have the file sizes that are too big. So that will actually help to actually reduce our site's load times. And then here, I like to enable PNG to JPEG conversion. The reason I do this is because PNG files can tend to be larger and they can eat up a lot of your they can just basically they'll slow your site down. So that's why I like to go ahead and convert all of my PNGs to JPEGs. However, this can come at a cost if you have images that have a lot of transparent backgrounds that you've used on your site. So that is just one warning about that. But that's also why you can go ahead and say JPEG background color, and you can change it to, you know, set whatever you desire. And again, it's saying here, you know, the background color is only used if the PNG has a transparency. If you don't have transparencies, or you know, PNGs that have transparencies on your site, you don't have to worry about that. So simply hit save changes, and now we are all ready to go with that. In here in the WP, I don't change any of these settings at all, so you can simply skip that and leave it as is. Now, to go into the actual optimization, let's just go here into media. And I have all these images here. In fact, I even still have images that are from the theme, right? And sometimes a lot of these images aren't optimized automatically. So sometimes when you are, you know, installing a new theme, or you install that demo data, then a lot of these could be actually bloating your site without you realizing it, just because you left them in here. So you could either delete them, or you can simply mass compress everything, which is what we're going to do. We're going to go into bulk optimize, and now I could force re-optimize, which means even previously optimized images will be, that means that they'll all be re-optimized. If we left this box unchecked, then the previously optimized images would just be skipped over. So however you want to do it is perfectly fine. Before I get into this, I'm actually going to do a site speed test I'm going to test my site speed, see where we're at with that, and then I'm going to come back and I'm actually going to then optimize. Now, just as a little precursor to give you guys, I've already done this once on my website. However, I have uploaded other images since that time, so I'm sure there's things that could be compressed. But I just wanted to give you guys that little tidbit as a word of warning, because you may not see the site speed drop significantly for me because I have already optimized these images for the most part. Okay, so here we are back again inside of our little optimizer, Optimizer, and it is all finished optimizing all 1,300 of my photos. So I am just checking my site speed now to see if it reduced it at all. And honestly, it didn't. I was already doing okay. I was already really pretty much optimized for all of my photos already. So that's why I even warned you guys in the beginning. It's probably not going to reduce it too much because I was already pretty much optimized. But it looks like some of these other servers are having some problems. But that's not anything on my end to be concerned with. But so yeah, it didn't reduce my personal website speed because I was already pretty optimized, but I'm sure if you have not gone through and reduced your image sizes, then I am sure for you guys it will definitely help condense that site speed and make everything a lot faster for you. So that's something that you definitely want to do, and there's really nothing more that needs to be done. This is just the optimization log that's showing each one of the photos, and even it tells you like how much it was reduced by. So I don't know, you can use that for whatever it's worth. Okay, so now we're going to dive into image dimensions and sizes and how that kind of plays a part in everything that we're talking about. So basically, site load times are important for SEO and for usability. When a site loads fast, it's indexed faster and it's also easier to browse the site. Images have a large impact on our website's load speeds. This is especially true when you have large images on your site, but then you display them at really small dimensions. So for example, if you have a 2000 by 1000 pixel image, but you're only showing it at 200 by 100 pixels, the entire image size still has to load even if you're displaying it at that smaller size. So that could really be creating a lot of bloat on your website and slowing things down. So for best results, we want to scale the image to whatever size that we want to display it at. WordPress helps make this a lot easier by offering the image in different sizes after we upload it. Also, if we wanted to adjust that very quickly, we can use their default settings right here. So they have their thumbnail sizes, you have your medium size, you have your full size, whatever the full size image is. And then you have a custom size where you can put in your custom dimensions right here. So that's one way that you can make that really easy for yourself by doing that. But the main thing, the thing that doesn't occur automatically through WordPress is the compression. So compressing that file size. We still need to do that so that it reduces our site load time. So the way that we would go about doing that is through a plugin. You can either use Smush Image Optimizer or also Image Optimizer. That's the one I'm going to be showing you here today. That's what I have installed. I've used both though. I've used Smush and I've used and they both work equally well. So over here, I'm inside Image Optimizer in the settings, and there's just a couple of things that you're going to want to change. So first of all, we're here in the basic settings tab. You could go ahead and insert a cloud optimization API key, but you will have to purchase that. It does improve the experience a wee bit, but again, that comes at a cost. But however, it's not a make it or break it. I use this for free and I don't have any issues. So the first thing that you're going to want to go ahead and change is you're going to want to click this box where it says remove metadata. Now don't freak out. This has nothing to do with your SEO metadata. Your image alt text and your image titles are still going to be there. That has nothing to do with this. What this is talking about is your EXIF data that's within your image, that's hidden within your images. A lot, and we're going to talk about this more later, but basically with every picture that you take, like let's say that you're doing all your own photography and you're taking all of your own images, or maybe even you're getting real photographs from someone else. With every photograph that you take, there is metadata that is stored inside those photos. That's what we're talking about removing right here. And that actually does create a lot of bloat if we leave that in there. There's also other reasons for privacy's sake of why we want to go ahead and remove some of this data. So I like to check this box, remove all metadata. I like to leave these settings right here, just simply lossless compression. You could go ahead and change it to maximum, but the reason I don't do that is because you could actually see some deterioration in the quality of the image. So I'm just going to keep it default exactly what it is. Going to go ahead and save those changes and then go over here to advanced settings. The JPEG quality level should be about an 85. You could go up to 95 if you wanted to. Nothing else here. I don't change any of these other settings here. The thing that you could go ahead and do if you wanted to is you could insert a separate folder on your computer that you wanted to optimize that's not already uploaded to your media file or your media library. So that's one little cool feature that they have here. Go ahead and click save, and then we're going to go over to resize settings. I don't actually change anything in this tab. I leave everything as is. If you know that you want to resize your images to a certain dimension all across the board, you can do that right here, and that'll automatically resize everything for you. When it comes to, these are like disabling resizes. I don't worry about this at all. I don't use really any of these things, so you can just leave that as it is. Now, over here in the conversion settings tab, we do have a few things that we're going to change. I like to delete the originals because this could keep your site bloated if you don't remove those original images, right? It's like it's like going on a diet, but you don't remove any of the junk food from your house. You just buy a whole bunch of health food. So now you have the junk food and the health food. So what we want to do here is we want to remove the junk images that have the file sizes that are too big. So that will actually help to actually reduce our site's load times. And then here, I like to enable PNG to JPEG conversion. The reason I do this is because PNG files can tend to be larger and they can eat up a lot of your they can just basically they'll slow your site down. So that's why I like to go ahead and convert all of my PNGs to JPEGs. However, this can come at a cost if you have images that have a lot of transparent backgrounds that you've used on your site. So that is just one warning about that. But that's also why you can go ahead and say JPEG background color, and you can change it to, you know, set whatever you desire. And again, it's saying here, you know, the background color is only used if the PNG has a transparency. If you don't have transparencies, or you know, PNGs that have transparencies on your site, you don't have to worry about that. So simply hit save changes, and now we are all ready to go with that. In here in the WP, I don't change any of these settings at all, so you can simply skip that and leave it as is. Now, to go into the actual optimization, let's just go here into media. And I have all these images here. In fact, I even still have images that are from the theme, right? And sometimes a lot of these images aren't optimized automatically. So sometimes when you are, you know, installing a new theme, or you install that demo data, then a lot of these could be actually bloating your site without you realizing it, just because you left them in here. So you could either delete them, or you can simply mass compress everything, which is what we're going to do. We're going to go into bulk optimize, And now I could force re-optimize, which means even previously optimized images will be, that means that they'll all be re-optimized. If we left this box unchecked, then the previously optimized images would just be skipped over. So however you want to do it is perfectly fine. Before I get into this, I'm actually going to do a site speed test. I'm going to test my site speed, see where we're at with that, and then I'm going to come back and I'm actually going to then optimize. Now, just as a little precursor to give you guys, I've already done this once on my website. However, I have uploaded other images since that time, so I'm sure there's things that could be compressed. But I just wanted to give you guys that little tidbit as a word of warning, because you may not see the site speed drop significantly for me because I have already optimized these images for the most part. Okay, so here we are back again inside of our little optimizer, Optimizer, and it is all finished optimizing all 1,300 of my photos. So I am just checking my site speed now to see if it reduced it at all. And honestly, it didn't. I was already doing okay. I was already really pretty much optimized for all of my photos already. So that's why I even warned you guys in the beginning. It's probably not going to reduce it too much because I was already pretty much optimized. But it looks like some of these other servers are having some problems. But that's not anything on my end to be concerned with. But so yeah, it didn't reduce my personal website speed because I was already pretty optimized, but I'm sure if you have not gone through and reduced your image sizes, then I am sure for you guys it will definitely help condense that site speed and make everything a lot faster for you. So that's something that you definitely want to do. And there's really nothing more that needs to be done. This is just the optimization log that's showing each one of the photos, and even it tells you like how much it was reduced by. So I don't know, you can use that for whatever it's worth. Okay, so the last two important image ranking factors to take into account are your page URL and your domain authority. So I know that that's kind of a little bit out of our control, but it's not also. It really has a lot to do with how much content that you produce and the quality of that content. And the more that you produce high quality content on a consistent basis, then the higher your authority will be over time. And also the more that you reach out to other websites to, collab with them on different things. Maybe it's a blog post, maybe it's a podcast, or maybe it's even a video, different things that you can collaborate on. So those also will show that you're outlinking to other authoritative websites too, and that will increase your authority as well. So the URL of the page that the images are hosted on can actually affect the image search traffic. So if an image is hosted on a well-optimized page URL, and it's a page that contains high quality content, it's relevant, and it already has a lot of authority, then your chances of getting your image ranked high in the search results will increase. So, that kind of goes without saying, but I just wanted to point that out, that obviously Google rewards authority, and Google rewards how popular and how engaged any particular piece of content is. So the more engaged that people are with your content, the higher you're going to rank. That's about as simple as I can put it. Along with page URL, the page's domain authority, or the overall domain authority, can also affect an image's performance in Google's image searches. So if a domain already has a good reputation, they already have some authority there, and they've been offering quality, high quality content that's relevant, then those images are going to typically do better in the search results than, a brand new website that has no authority at all. Now, that's not to say that if you have a brand new website that you're out of luck. It's just we have to work a little bit harder to earn that authority, right? So it's still able to be done, and we're going to have to do it regardless if we're hoping to build a brand and a hub for our particular niche or industry. But we just might have to work a little bit harder at it. So that's just something to keep in mind. The other factor that plays a part, like I've said before, is the popularity and engagement of that particular image. So if you've used an image that already gets a lot of engagement, like through maybe social media or something, maybe it's a meme that you wanted to include in your post, or maybe include it as the featured image or something, that can work, you know, and that can get you more engagement. However, it really depends on how much engagement your particular image has on your website. So even if you chose a popular image, unless that image is getting a bunch of click-throughs and engagement, like comments or something on your site or on your, you know, your digital real estate around, you know, let's say it's your social media sites or your blog or your website or whatever, then the more engagement that it gets, then the higher it will tend to rank in the search engine. So that's just another little piece of advice. I know that's not super duper actionable. You know, I guess what I can say is just try to really pay attention to your images. Make sure that you're getting good quality images and that the images invoke a sense of emotion, right? We talked, when we first started this course, you know, we first talked about how having that emotional connection with your audience is really important. And a good way that you can do that is through images. So that's just one thing to keep in the back of your mind when you're choosing your images or you're creating your images. Try to do something that's either, you know, very valuable, like an infographic or something, or it's something that conveys emotion about whatever the topic is that you're talking about. So those are just some things to keep in the back of your mind as you're creating content and you're creating your images and all that good stuff, so that you can rank higher in Google's search engine results. Okay, so here we are inside Google Keyword Planner. I'm going to show you how to gather a list of image opportunities. So let's just go about that. So my goodness, what industry do we want to tap into? There's a lot of things that we could go and dive right into. Let's do jewelry. Let's just make it easy, right? So let's just say jewelry, you know, or what would be even something else that people might like. If you're in the automotive industry, that would be a huge one, because that's something where people want to examine the product before they go to the dealership to buy. So that would be one. But let's do jewelry just for now, for the sake of ease of use and also e-commerce. So you know, we could do like energy jewelry. We could do, you know, pictures. Oh my goodness, the P's not working. There we go. Pictures of energy jewelry. Energy jewelry on sale. And if you guys wanted to do like an extra step, once you already have your list, you could go do searches for each one of these keywords and see which one of these terms actually brings up image packs for those particular keywords. That would be like an extra little step if you wanted to ensure, you know. So we have like chakra healing jewelry. We want to get pretty specific, right? Because whatever your niche is, you want to get very specific in these keywords, because chances are when people are looking for something specific and they want to see like pictures of it, then they want that exact model or that exact type of jewelry or whatever. So maybe even like pearl jewelry. Chakra healing bracelet. Chakra healing necklace. birthstone jewelry, images of chakra healing jewelry. Sorry, I'm getting used to a new keyboard if you guys can't tell. So yeah, that's good enough for now. Let's do that as a search. Here we get to, you know, kind of get to see the search engine traffic a little bit. So, you know, some of these didn't have any searches to them at all, which is quite all right. So we're saving ourselves some time, right? So if we just popped in jewelry, let's go to Google for just a second. Let's type in jewelry. So we have a few search results over here. We also have some local results. Do we have any images? No, no images because it's not probably specific enough. So let's come here and let's get pearl jewelry. So we have even more shopping results, right? So, oh, and there we go. Images for pearl jewelry. So that's why we want to be as specific as possible, right? So that would be a good keyword to go after if we were in that particular niche. I'm sure birthstone jewelry will be very similar. Good amount of shopping results. No images in that particular search, but that doesn't mean that we still shouldn't optimize for it, right? Because still, even when we go over here, when people do search in the images results or Google Images, you can still end up coming up for some of these things. And let's just type in, or I mean, click into some of these listings here and see how optimized they are. Holy crap. They're in the you know, top results here, no optimization whatsoever. Can't see that one. This one is optimized. Let's go here. Here. So that one's optimized as well. And that one too. And this one as well. But that one's not. So there's a lot of opportunity in this market for sure for you know, image rankings. So that is just, you know, you kind of get the process, right? You just come here, make a list of some keywords. You can also add, you know, images to these, like I did here, like healing jewelry pictures, but there's not a lot of search results for that or search demand for that. So that probably wouldn't be a great one to go after. Let's just do one more together. Oh, let me go out. Let's go to all results real quick. Okay, there we go. Energy jewelry. So we have these that come up at the top here. No images, but that's all right. Now, if we could also, you know, see what pops up inside of the Google auto suggestions, right? So, like, you could do jewelry, and then let's spell it right. There we go. Jewelry, and then we got jewelry box, jewelry stores, jewelry making, jewelry organizer, and these could be other, you know, if we've run out of keyword ideas, these even like jewelry box, right? So we have a ton of search results over here, or shopping results, and then we have some local results, but no, oh no, that's just department, sorry. But still, the fact that there's a lot of shopping results for this means that we should probably be taking our images into account and optimizing them well. So I hope this has been helpful for you guys in seeing, you know, how you can gather a list of your keywords and then see which keywords might be the best opportunities or the best terms to use for your image optimization and helping you get more search traffic to your web pages. Okay, so now we're going to break down actually how to do an image optimization, you know, the checklist that you would go through. Now, I wanted to do this on my drawing board, but it's not quite working right now. So without going through all that hassle and mess, I'm just going to write it out here on a WordPad for you. I'll also give this to you guys inside of the resources, so you'll have it for future reference. First of all, the first thing that you're going to want to do, I'm going to make this larger so you guys can see it better. But the first thing that you're going to want to do, just like with any campaign, is you want to actually decide what your goal is. Because there's a lot of different goals that you can have when it comes to different forms of optimization, right? You know, for images, maybe you want to maybe you want to bring in or have people stay on your site longer, right? Or maybe that you want more traffic. Or maybe you want, you know, higher keyword rankings. Or more keyword rankings. Or maybe you want more social followers or social engagement. Right? So there's a lot of different goals that you can have when it comes to why you want to optimize your images. Maybe it's that, you know, there's image packs that are showing up in the SERP results for your particular market, and you want to be seen for some of those things, right? So that could be another one too. Just you know, increase brand awareness. So that could be another one as well. So there's lots of different goals that you can have. Just decide whatever it is, get clear on it, and then now the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to do a little analyzing of your keywords. Now, hopefully, if you've already got a business up and running, you have a list of keywords that you always go back to, and you kind of go, okay, how could we create more content around this keyword or whatever it may be, right? So you want to gather that list, look over it, and analyze for any image opportunities. And if you need to, you can always go back to Google Keyword Planner or another keyword tool and do a little bit more research to find image opportunities, right? Because after all, we want to focus on keywords for this image optimization. We want to focus on keywords that are getting image results in the search engines, right? Because something like marketing methods, some keyword like that may not be getting any searches for images at all, or have any image results popping up whatsoever. So something like that probably isn't going to be the most beneficial term for us to try and get any sort of you know, images ranking high in the search engine results or anything like that. So that's why we want to focus on image opportunity types of keywords. So once you've done that, then you want to go ahead and select the keywords or terms you'll be focused on. for the next 3 to 6 months. Just so you have a little bit of a game plan to move forward with. And then, you know, next is getting into actually selecting your images or creating those images. Let's just say finding, creating images. And also you'll be naming all image files. After that, then you're getting into, you know, you want to, oh, the other point that I almost forgot is before you go through all that, if you're using digital photos that have been taken with like a digital camera, you want to go ahead and remove all the EXIF data. Now, if you're using the U plugin that I've showed you earlier, or you're using ImageOptim, you can skip this extra step that I'm going to be diving into in a minute, because that already does that for you. It already removes the EXIF data. But I'm going to be showing you another manual way that you can remove the EXIF data, and then also how to turn off the geolocation for any future images if it's on your own camera. So we'll be talking about that in just a minute, but I'm just going to put remove EXIF data. And then name all image files. So those are kind of like 3 steps, but it all kind of happens at one time. Okay, next would be compressing your images, or, you know, installing your image optimizer. So that all those images can be nicely compressed, and we can keep our site speed up. Or, well, basically, so we can keep our site speed low, basically. We want the seconds to be low. Also, you can go ahead and then optimize your images. And you're going to be optimizing the file name, which you already should have done, and then you're going to do the image alt text plus image title, and add a caption if appropriate. Then also you're going to want to make sure that you insert it within the post at the appropriate place. So you want to have related text around that. And then finally, you want to go ahead and make sure that everything is showing up and that it's mobile friendly. So, is everything mobile friendly? And you can check that like even before you get into all these steps, because you should know for the most part whether your site is mobile friendly or whether it's not. And you know, that can come at any point up here, but just make sure that it is before you go ahead and publish everything. So that is the basic gist of everything. Outside of this, one final step that I would recommend is that if you've been blogging for a while and you haven't been paying attention to your image optimization, you need to do an image audit. Or it would be best to do an image audit of all the images on your site. And you can do this using Screaming Frog. I'm not going to be walking you through this process. I will actually, there's a whole great post that a blogger wrote that I'm just going to let you read his blog post about it because he went very in depth in it. I don't think I could do it justice, and it would take us an extra couple hours just to cover an image audit, which I don't want to get into for this particular course. So I'm going to skip that for now, but I will give you guys the resources on how to do that so that you can do that when you get to that particular step. And finally, the very last thing is, if you are posting content on a regular basis, you're a regular blogger and you publish a lot of content, then what you want to do is create you can call it whatever you want. I just like to call it kind of basic guidelines for you want to create basic guidelines for your publishers or content creators, so they know what your new image rules are all about. So this could be, you know, where you get your images from, because remember, and we're just going to be diving into this in the next video, but remember that we can't just rip images from anywhere and just slap them on our site, because that could be considered copyright infringement. So it is important that we get images that we are allowed to use. And if you are selling any of your products or services and you're using images in those, like an ebook or a regular book, or even like course material or things like that you're selling, we do need to be careful that we're only using images that can be reused for whatever it is that we're, you know, if we're reselling it, we have to be extremely careful that we are allowed to have reseller rights, or reuse rights, or commercial rights, where we're not going to get in trouble for having that image or any of those graphics in our content or material, because that could be a huge lawsuit that could just be devastating. And I don't want that to happen to you. I don't want it to happen to anyone. So that's why that it is a good idea to create basic rules and guidelines for anyone that's creating content on your behalf, so that they know exactly what they need to abide by to keep you safe, basically. I mean, that's about it. So create basic guidelines for your publishers or content creators so they know what your new image rules are. It's about as simple as it is, and I'm just going to save that for you guys so you can have it later. And that's your quick little, basically your 6-step process. These last two, you know, image audits will really only need to be conducted if you haven't been paying attention to your image optimization over time. So you may only need to do that once, and this should only need to be done once. So these are one-time things. I'll just put little stars beside them so you know those don't have to be done regularly. But everything else, you know, this process right here is what you're going to go through for every single image every time you insert one into a blog post. So it's really standard, very easy. Once you realize, you know, the breakdown of everything and why you need to do all this stuff, it becomes very easy and second nature. So, you know, that's kind of the whole point. If you're going to take the time to write a lengthy blog post, you got to have good images and graphics to go with it. It doesn't need to take you long. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can easily find images for reuse that are available for commercial reuse or whatever, that you can easily take and upload into your blog post with no problems. Okay, so in this video, let's get into the EXIF data. Now, this is the one downside if you are going to be creating your own images from actual photographs. So in case you didn't already know, basically EXIF data is that little piece of metadata that's captured and stored with every photo that you take. And if you didn't know that that happens, well, now you know. Basically, that's also why sometimes image file sizes are pretty large, you know, a couple megabytes large, because it actually stores data inside in a little JPEG file, all this different data about your camera, about the camera settings, even sometimes, you know, the date, the time, sometimes the GPS coordinates even of where the image was taken. And that particular information is what we are most concerned with removing, because I'm not going to get into any terrible stories about this right now. There's no reason to, but I just want to put it out there that there have been terrible things that have happened because people didn't realize that they were sending out, when they were sending out photos or sharing photos with people, that they were unwittingly also letting a bunch of strangers know where they were in the world, where their children were in the world, all with this geolocation data. So that's hidden inside of photos, basically. So that's why it's so important to remove that EXIF data, especially the geolocation data, because we don't want strangers knowing where we live, where we are. There's a lot of danger that can come with that, and so we want to just protect ourselves and we want to ensure safety. So that's why it's important to go ahead and remove those things. Now, if you guys want to learn more, I'm not going to dive into a bunch of stuff about EXIF data, because I'm just going to give you guys the link to this whole article that I've done on it. And so you guys can learn more about it and see how it all works and all that good stuff later on. But I am going to show you briefly how you can go about removing it and how to prevent it in your camera. So basically, if you are in Windows, so Windows makes this the easiest to do. You're simply going to find the photos or photos that you want to fix, and you're going to right click and you're going to select properties. And then to simply strip all the metadata from those photos, you're going to click remove properties and personal information at the very bottom down here. And if you'd like, you can also add any metadata that you'd like by clicking on details and then selecting the different values that you'd like inside of here. So Windows makes that super duper easy. And if you don't want to remove all the properties, then you simply check whatever ones you do want to remove and then leave all the rest. So now, if you happen to be taking photos in an OS device or, you know, an OS X or something like that, then ImageOptim, like we've talked about before, that works great for stripping out all of the metadata for those particular file types. So that makes that really easy. We've talked a little bit about that before, so I'm really not going to go into that much here. All you have to do is simply drag and drop all of the images that you wish to strip the metadata from, and then you're just going to pop them into ImageOptim. It's going to go ahead and do its thing, and then afterwards you can see that there's no other metadata that's left except the very basics, like what the color model is and the depth and then the pixel height and width, and that's just about it. That's all that's there. So that's what we want. Now, how to go about turning off your geotagging inside of an Android or an ISO device. Basically, so if you're working with Android 4.4, like the KitKat software, then what you're going to do is you're simply going to open up your camera app and you're going to tap the round circle. It's going to be to the right of the shutter button, and then you're simply going to tap on the settings icon, and then you'll be in the settings menu, and then from there you're going to tap the location button, and you'll be able to tell that the geolocation is disabled because it'll have a little like slash through it. And if you're doing this for Android 5.0 Lollipop, then it makes it even easier, because all you have to do is simply swipe right to expose all the options and then tap the settings gear right here, and that will pretty much just take you to the place where you just disable it. So that makes it really easy. If you're working in an ISO device, an iOS device, then and you're using like an app, then all you're going to do is you're going to come to the settings and you're going to go to save location and you're just going to turn that off. Now, it does make it a little unclear whether it's actually on or off, so you might want to check your owner's manual just to be sure before you start sharing a bunch of photos, because they don't really make it too easy to know whether something's activated or whether it's disabled. And if you're doing this straight from the device, then simply go into the settings and then tap on the privacy controls, and then that will bring you to where you can turn them off all at once, all of your geolocation captures. And then you're going to simply tap on the camera, and then you're going to make sure that never is selected right here when it says allow access. So now your camera will not record your GPS coordinates whenever you take a picture, which is pretty invasive. But again, now you know how to disable that so that you'll be protected for all of your future photos. And again, I know I may have gone over this fairly quickly, so I'm going to give you a URL to where you can come to this post and you can check this out at your leisure. Now, when it comes to XML sitemaps and creating that image sitemap for your site, most of what you need is already going to be taken care of, especially if you're using WordPress, because most of your images are probably going to be inside of your pages or your posts. Now, anything that's not inside there that you want indexed, you will have to create an XML sitemap just for that. So you can use a quick little tool like this one on angeldigital.marketing. And you would just simply go ahead, pop in your URL, and it'll create the image sitemap for you. Now, this is not the most thorough way to go about it. However, it does work. Another great tool that people like to use is Screaming Frog. I was actually going to do a demo for you guys. However, I had issues downloading the software twice. So I'm going to try it one more time. If I can get it within the next 24 hours, then it'll be included with this course. If I can't, then I will just leave a link for you guys in the resources of where you can go about doing that, and an instruction guide on how you can go about creating a image sitemap within Screaming Frog. They make it the easiest, and it's the most in-depth. So that's why a lot of people like to use Screaming Frog for that. Otherwise, you're simply just going to come here, pop in your URL. Now I might have to do HTTP. Click that, and now it's going to begin building our image sitemap for us to utilize. And we would simply then go to Google, submit that sitemap, and then everything will be indexed and up to date. So if you've been blogging for a while, or you've had a website up for a while, you probably have a couple hundred photos, or even a couple thousand photos by now that are uploaded on your website. So if you're at that point in time, then now would be a good time for you to move forward and actually do an image audit. Now, I'm not going to break down the process of doing an image audit because that could be separate for a whole nother course, but I am going to give you the instructions on how to do one when you get to that point, and the reasons of, some of the steps that you're going to go through to actually perform the audit. You're first going to be taking inventory of all the images that are on your site, and you're going to be doing this with the help of a software. You're going to be using Screaming Frog, so you're not going to be doing this manually. My goodness, you would be there for hours or maybe even days if you did all of this manually. So no worries, software will help you. Now, you're also going to be taking note of things like what the display size is versus the actual file size. And then you'll be breaking down things like, how, is it cropped for the proper usability, or, maximum usability? Does it, is there a better image that could be used to convey the same message? Are your alt texts chosen, or, are they optimized properly? And all of those good things will come after you've taken inventory of everything, of all the images that are on your website. And then you can begin breaking those things down. And there's already been a wonderful blog post written of, a tutorial style on how you can go about doing an image audit. So I'm not going to be the one to break that down for you, but I just wanted to quickly give you an overview. Also, if you just see in the resources inside of this lecture, that will give you the instructions to go ahead and do an image audit for your own website. Okay, so now we're going to just be covering a few commonly asked questions. So first of all, I know a lot of people are going to ask this one, and I feel like I've covered it all enough already, but you know what? Let's just talk about it again, because I know a lot of bloggers out there and other people, they're like, oh, use original photos. And I totally agree. If you can use original photos, do it. If you have the time, do it. If you have the money, do it. However, if you can't, I totally understand that as well. So a lot of people are going to be wondering, is it okay to use stock photos? The short answer is yes, it is okay. Original photos and stock photos are treated the same when it comes to the search engine. So I just want to throw that out there. Outside of your about page, it is okay to use stock photos as long as they're high quality and aren't silly or outdated looking. Also, if I'm personally using stock photos, I try to always put them through some kind of a filter or do a little editing just to make them look, more like my own and give them my own unique style. But that's just me. I always typically like to use objects or scenery versus people, or maybe even just people's hands, if it's the computer or something, because images of people's face, especially stock photos, I don't know, it just tends to be a dead giveaway that it is a stock photo. So that's why I tend not to go down that road. But again, the main downside to using stock photos is that hundreds, if not thousands of people have already used them on their sites as well. So if you fill your pages and posts with stock photos, then technically you're not going to be looking that original. But that's, not to say that you can't make a stock photo look better, right? Just like I showed you in that previous video. You can take a stock photo and you can make it look different to suit your own styles and needs according to whatever your website is. Now, I have already given you a few tips already of how you could go about putting them through a filter or using VidIQ or PicMonkey or any of those. There's also, you could buy premium photos from places like Shutterstock or Getty Images. You can also use, other image editing tools like Canva or Pablo by Buffer, or even Easily or Visually. And I'm going to give you links to all of these different places so that you guys will have no more excuses to not having high quality, well optimized images on your website. Now, the one thing that I do want to cover is the copyrights, and I'm going to cover that in the next video. So stick with me and join me in the next video, and we'll be talking about copyrights. Okay, so in this very brief video, I'm just going to quickly show you how easy it is to take a stock photo and make it more unique and original for your own website. I'm going to be using the help of Canva, although PicMonkey and VidIQ also work well. So here's PicMonkey.com. And they do have a paid, actually now it might all be paid. I haven't been here for a while. It looks like now they just offer a free trial. But I did have the premium version for a while, and it works great. This was a really great software. Never had any issues with it. One of the best photo editing softwares out there. Another great one that is free is VidIQ.com. They have a lot of fun features, and even more fun features if you do get the paid version. But just for example, let's do a quick one together. This will be a totally free route to go. So let's just grab an image here. Let's just say we want this one. Good quality. We're simply going to copy, save image as, and instead of leaving that as is. I usually end up going ahead and optimizing the file name right now. So let's just say that blue lace dress, we'll just call it that. So we save that, we have our photo. Now we're going to come over here to Be Funky. We're going to upload the photo. And now we can do a number of different things with it. We could crop it, you know, we could resize it, we could give it some extra exposure, you know, lighten the image, darken the image. Could add contrast. Could take away contrast. So there's a lot that we can do. You know, we could add highlights, make it lighter, make it darker, add shadows, you know, add fill light. Fill light doesn't do a whole lot, but it does lighten the image typically. You can auto enhance it. That just ends up bringing out all the colors a little bit more. Now, I did notice that her hair, you can see as we zoom out that this photo has probably been retouched quite a bit, because you can see her hair looks pretty funky compared to the other portions of this image. When we scroll in, it looks more natural, but I think a lot of this stuff has been enhanced, because that's pretty much a dead giveaway. I don't like that. But anyways, that's just a little editor's note on the side. Okay, you know, you can go into Beautify and you can do different things with that. There's a lot of different features you can use. There's blurring, there's smoothing, you know, you can tilt the image, there's color mixers, you know, enhance the red in the image, enhance the blue, whatever you want to do. Anywhere that you see where it says plus, that means that that feature is only for premium users. So if you're paying, then you can use those things. You can go out here, there's different touch-ups, you know, there's you know, blemish fix is free. You could add blush if you wanted to. So these are different things: fixing red eye, whitening teeth. There's different effects here. You know, there's lens flare, there's chromatic. So, you know, adding that makes it look a little bit older, more light. Oh, that's a premium feature. Okay, so those are all premium features down there, but they have a few free filters here that you can use. There's black and white. You know, take an image, make it black and white if you want. So there's tons of different things that you can do inside here, right? You guys seeing that? That's all I'm just trying to... You can add even text inside of Be Funky too. And there's not a ton of different texts to choose from. Canva is probably a little bit better of a tool for that if you want to add text to your photos. But I like Be Funky because it does allow you to resize your images or crop them. Canva makes that a little bit more difficult. In fact, I don't use Canva for resizing or cropping very often at all. I'll just pop it into here and then I'll go back and add my text wherever I want. So yeah, there's lots of different things that you can do here. For now, I'm just going to pretty much keep it as is, or you know what, we will add, let's add a filter to it. So let's quickly, you know, you got charcoal, all kinds of different things. Let's you know what? I'm going to stick with that first one that I had earlier, which is all the way up here, chromatic. Let's just go with that, just for now. So there we go. We got our image. It's different. It's, you know, we've put it through a filter. Let's go ahead and just add text just to show you guys. Can make it larger if we go like this. Now I don't really like that font, so I'm going to go ahead and change the font. And I also don't like that it has an outline, so I'm going to get rid of that outline as well. So there we go. Okay, now I'm going to drag this to wherever I want to put it. Type in whatever you want. I'm just going to put something really generic. I want to make that different color, so I'm going to come in here. I also would like to make it larger, so I'm going to do this, or I could come over here and I can make it larger that way as well. Now, I don't really like where this text is or the placement, but I'm just doing this to quickly show you guys as an example of how you could go about adding text or adding a filter quickly to a stock photo. So that's all that this is. We're not going into any design right now or anything like that. Don't judge me on my graphic design skills. This is just to quickly show you guys how you could go and take a stock photo and make it unique and different. So here we go. Now we have our unique image. We can save it to our computer. You can save it as a JPEG or a PNG. I do recommend JPEG though. So that way the image size is reduced. And now we're just going to simply save it, and you can go ahead and make sure that it's saved the appropriate file name that you would like. I'm going to go ahead and save it as is. And now there we go. And we have taken a generic stock photo and we've made it a little bit different for our own uses. Okay, my other tip was that you want to be careful if you are taking images with an iPhone and you're uploading those images to WordPress. Sometimes there is a bug that can become very annoying. So when you take a picture and you upload it to your WordPress site, something can happen where, especially if you take in the photo in portrait mode, when you upload it and you publish your article, sometimes once it's live, it'll switch over and it'll appear in landscape mode. I don't know why this happens. It doesn't happen for everyone. It seems to depend on the generation of your iPhone and your WordPress template. So there's something that can sometimes get a little buggy with the coding. However, you can avoid this by taking photos in landscape mode with the volume button facing down, or there's also various fixes available in a particular forum, which I'm going to give you guys the link to in the resources. So if you do happen to come across that issue, you will know exactly how to fix it. Okay, so copyright infringement has definitely become a hot issue over the last few years. So I have to make a note of this as my due diligence to you. No matter where you find your images, make sure that you're not infringing a copyright. Even if you get your images from a free stock photo site, be sure to double check that the usage rights are okay and that you can use them for whatever you need to. And make sure that you know whether you have to give attribution to the photograph or to the photographer or not. And that step is even more important if you plan on using your images in any type of content that you plan to sell. That's very important as well. So, if Shutterstock or Getty Images or Deposit Files or some other big stock photo provider happens to own an image that you're using and you don't have a license for it, then you could be risking a lawsuit, and it's just not worth it. So that's why I'm just quickly covering this with you guys. Again, if you go ahead and you there's tons and tons of free stock photo sites where you don't have to give attribution. You can use them any way you want. So there's really no need to be worried about any of these things. Now, if you do happen to, use someone else's photo and, you keep using them, you could be in violation of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or the DMCA, which could be issued, and then you could be issued a notice if you violate any copyright. So, for example, if an owner of a piece of content, like any content, not just images, sees their content on your website, they could report you, and then you could be issued a DMCA DMCA takedown, where basically you're forced to remove that content, and you're probably going to have to go to court if it keeps showing up. So, no thank you, right? No one wants to go through that. That's a big headache that you want to avoid. So there's really no worries though, because like I said, there's tons of free stock photo sites out there where you can get completely free images that you can use for whatever you want. I'm going to give you guys a list, so there's no worries. And you can also use Google Images, which allows you to filter based on what's available for reuse. Now, that's not always going to be the best quality images, but it could give you a place to start, especially if you need an image that's really quick right off the bat. Now, you also probably want to double check the usage rights on those images as well, just to be better safe than sorry, because I do know I've used that method personally to go, I've gone into Google Images, I've searched by reusage, but then I've gone into the actual image and it says that I either have to give attribution to the photographer, or sometimes it even says that there are usage rights, like I can't use it with commercial content or things like that. So always just double check. The only times where you don't really need to double check is if you're on a stock photo site that says no attribution required. Then you're pretty much good to go. And those are my favorite stock photo sites, just like the ones I showed you here in this course. Those all require no attribution, so they're totally free and you can use them pretty much however you desire. But if you are planning on selling that content, make sure that you double check that, because I don't want you guys to get into any hot water at all. So always double check about the copyrights and the usage rights, just so you're better off safe than sorry. So while we're on the topic of copyright infringement, I just wanted to give you guys a few tips to help you best protect your images from getting stolen. And because images are so often copied by users, especially, in Google image search, it's easy to do. I'm even doing it right now, although I'm not really, infringing on anything. You guys can see exactly where this image came from, and I'm not using it in any text or print or anything like that. But, Google uses many different signals to identify the original source of the image, and you can help them by providing them with as much information as you can, and optimizing helps them do that. So the information that you give about an image will tell them about its content and the subject matter. And webmasters often get concerned about, the unauthorized use of their images. And if you prevent users from using your images on your site or linking to your images, you can actually prevent people from using your bandwidth, but you may also be limiting the potential audience that your images have, and that reduces their discoverability in the search engine. So, if you limit people from even clicking on your images, that is actually reducing the engagement rate with them. So in a way, Google doesn't really mind if people, borrow your photos or they copy your photos. But what does matter is if they're giving attribution to the photographer and the original source. And that's really where the infringement part would come. So one solution is to allow other people to use your images, but to require an attribution or a link back to your own site. And there are several ways that you can do this. For example, you could make your images available under a license that requires attribution, such as, a Creative Commons license or something like that. And that's what a lot of photographers do. Also, you could provide an HTML snippet that other people can use to embed your image on their site with an attribution link. And that snippet can both include the link to the image and to the source on the page or, to the actual original source on your website. So that can work as well. And similarly, some people will add copyright text or watermarks or other information to their images depending on, how much time they spent creating that image. And this kind of information won't impact the image's performance in the search engines, and it also helps photographers claim credit for their work and deter unknown usage. However, if such features as watermarks reduces the user perceived quality, like if it hinders people from interacting with that image or even the image's thumbnail, then users may actually click on that image less. So if you are going to use something like a watermark, you want it to be very unassuming. You maybe put it in the corner or someplace where it's there, but it's not so obstructive that you're going to reduce your click-through rates. And also, just as a note, if you don't want search engines to crawl and index your images, if there's particular images that you don't want them to index, then use a robots text file to block access to those particular images. And occasionally, you may have found someone that, took an image of yours, from your site and they're using it without proper credit. You can always do an automated reverse search, using Google image search to the reverse image use reverse image search to find out where that image is being used at online. You could also use a search tool known as ImageRater, and that will help show you other sources of where your image is being used online. And you would simply just add your images to the catalog, and then it will alert you anytime that another site uses your image. And if that site hasn't given you proper credit, then you can just get in touch with them and ask them to do so. But, don't be a jerk about it, because most of the time, a lot of these things are just done accidentally. People don't always know that they were supposed to give attribution or even where the original image came from, especially if they're using Google to find their images. So don't be a jerk. Just go, hey, I saw that you were using my image on your website. I would just really appreciate it if you gave some attribution. Otherwise, I ask that you remove it and replace the image, right? That's very simple, very easy. That doesn't require a lot, and there's no reason to get upset. So those are just some tips to help you keep your images your own and to make the most of your assets while staying safe and doing your best to keep your own intellectual property and your copyrights your own. So that's it in about a nutshell. I don't really have too much else that I want to say about that. So if you do have any questions, you can always contact me at any time and I'll get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Okay, so as a little bit of a bonus for you guys, I wanted to include a few resources for social media optimization. Basically, more specifically, social media image optimization. Now, I am not the social media expert by any means, but I did want to give you guys some resources to use if you are on social media and you want to properly optimize your images so that you can get the most value out of it. So I have some resources for Facebook and Twitter, for Instagram, and for Pinterest, and maybe even LinkedIn as well. But basically, you're going to be getting, what the proper image sizes are for each platform so that you know that and you can properly create images that have the proper dimensions right away. Because I know how much of a pain it can be to, create an image and then you go to upload it to a specific social network, or you want to upload them to a few different social networks, and then all of a sudden you realize that you don't have the right sizes and you have to go back and you have to recreate, and it's just a pain. So I wanted to give you guys some of those resources to make the whole process a lot simpler and easier, and hopefully speed up the time that it takes you when you're creating social media images and the optimization process as well. So the whole point behind marketing is to make more money for our business. So I love Melissa Griffin. She does so many things right. Most of all, I love the language of her website and how she words things, and she keeps things very simple and straightforward, which I really enjoy. But let's talk about some image optimization tips for conversions and improving conversions on your website. So first of all, I love that she is looking over to the side at her call to action, right? She's directing your attention to where she wants you to focus most of your attention. And it's bright, it's yellow, you know, that's what her brand is all about, being bold and optimistic. And then here she has herself again, face on, and a little bit about herself. She has all of her different social networks up here where you can reach her. And so this is good authority building, right? She's introducing herself. And then down here, right below it, she has her first side widget, which has her lead magnet right here. And this is a great way to go ahead and start generating leads on your blog or your website. This is really excellent branding. She did a really great job. And then down here, she has her featured image, which I always see these on Pinterest. She does a lot of Pinterest marketing. And then down here, she has even more inside of her courses. So she's giving you an inside view into her course material right here, which is great. That is a great way to build authority because we're getting a little inside peek. Not much, we don't get much, but we do get an inside peek as to what her course material might look like, how she lays out her things, and also these are all branded with her own brand and all of that stuff. So that is great as well. So everything that she's done so far is perfect when it comes to increasing optimizations, increasing your authority, your trust. So she's doing all the right things here. And then at the very bottom, she also has a little mini picture of herself, again, the author, and a little bit about herself and her most popular social networks that she's most active on. And then, of course, she has her call to action here. But those are, you know, she didn't overboard it with the images, and yet every single one of these images is for a reason. There's a purpose behind it. She's not just, you know, there's not much decorative images on here, but there doesn't need to be because every image that she has is for a purpose, and that's the whole idea of what we're working towards. So this is a great example of how you want to go about setting up your homepage or your blog so that people are able to trust you, they want to work with you, they want to sign up for your course or at least get more information from you. And then here, the only thing that I would have done differently that she didn't really do here as much, I would have put in a button right below here to sign up for the course that she's talking about, the Blog to Biz Hive. She talks about it here, and we can click here to join the program, but I would have put in a big button right here because I think that would have helped her get just a few more signups as well. So that's just a few tips when it comes to image optimization for conversions. Also, the other few things that you can take into account if you have an e-commerce site is also testing the number of product images per page. So, you know, because loading times is an issue, especially for non-hosted e-commerce sites, you may find that reducing the number of images on a page will actually increase your click-through rates and sales because you're able to have people stay on the page longer because it will load faster. But it's also possible that providing a lot of images per page, such as, you know, different angles and different views, can also improve the user experience because people want to see more angles of the product and see, you know, have a more overall experience of what that product is really going to be like. And but the only way to truly find that out is through testing. So you want to test, you know, the number of products per page, and you also want to test, you know, how many views you give if you have a product, you know, how many angle views you give and things like that. So test. Also, like I said, you want to test what angles that you give customers to look at. Sometimes the view, you may find it surprising, like the views that your customers want to see. And it will increase overall loyalty and click-through rates the more photos that you give someone to look through because they want to see, like, what is this product really going to be like when I bring it home? And the great way to figure this out is to survey your customers about what they like most about viewing your product images. And surveying your customers in general is a great habit to get into for just about anything. Just like here, she is, basically giving them a short survey. She wants to learn more about her audience. Like, hey, are you more interested in traffic? Are you more interested in sales? Or do you want to know how to create great products? So which one are you most interested in? And she's learning about her audience while also giving her audience the best experience and giving them the content that they want to consume. Also, the other thing that you can test if you have an e-commerce site is test how many product listings you should have on your category pages. So should it be 10? Should it be 20? Should it be 100 products? You want to test that so that you can see what works best for your customers and their shopping experiences as well. And that will help you then know, okay, can I reduce some of these images from my site and reduce the load times and things of that nature. And if they like a lot of images, then you also need to look into compressing those image file sizes and all of that so that everything can load properly and quickly on your website.